And moving along, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. We will all do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
Okay,
allegiance.
I'm gonna see. Sorry, I was waiting for the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And second, on our second agenda item, approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right. And moving on to communications, we're going to start with public communication.
Do you want to vote on the approval?
Just kidding. Yes. Do we want to vote on the approval? Roll call.
Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to communications. First is public comments, but we have no public comments. Is that correct?
Yes, we have 0.
Zero.
0 for this item.
Thank you. And for employee organization reports, we'll start off with CUTA representative. Is anyone here? Sean. Whenever you're ready, Sean.
Let me see if I can put the video on.
Oh.
President Cortez, board member, Superintendent McFetridge, District Administration, COSI community. My name is Sean Reardon, and I am co-president of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. Return to in-person instruction has begun, and elementary teachers and students have returned to the classroom. Teachers report eager, enthusiastic students, and the report also includes teachers that are exhilarated, excited, and exhausted. 7:45 to 3 p.m. with 2 transitions makes for an exhausting day. It's important to acknowledge the hard work of elementary site administration in this smooth return to opening. Also, many thanks to the classified employees who have set up to clean and maintain the facilities and classrooms, and the other classified employees who have communicated and interacted with students, parents, and guardians, and the COSI community for this entire pandemic. Thank you for your hard work. With all this praise, you ask, where are we going next? Well, I say we go to where the shoes meet the asphalt. Unrepresented employees, the campus supervisors, the blue team, the yard duty employees, these individuals deal directly with our students, directing pedestrian flow on campus, walking students from drop-off to classrooms, enforcing the 4 pillars and more, all for a compensation that does not meet the minimum wage set by the town of Half Moon Bay. These hardworking, compassionate individuals need a $15 wage. Board members, please be on the lookout for the CUTA memo regarding the cancellation of arbitration. We take this situation very seriously. Finally, it was refreshing to hear board member Freya McCamick bring up the strategic plan during the last board meeting. This is a solid document that needs to be, well, resurrected. Sorry for the seasonal pun. Professionalism and respect. These words from the strategic plan need to be the building blocks of communication and reconciliation that Cabrillo Unified School District needs right now. Myself, Sean Reardon, and Sean McFetridge have laid the cornerstone of these tenets. We need to build around them to make Cabrillo unified as best it can be in these challenging times. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for your time as well. Next, we have CSEA representative.
Good evening, President Portis, board members, Superintendent McPatrick, administration, staff, and community. My name is Stig Lönn, and I'm the president for CSA employee, CUSD employee in our district. Our members have worked really hard the last 2 weeks here, getting everything ready to get back to students in the class. IT department, I'm part of that, and I can say that our guys there have done a really good job, got around setting up teacher, make sure that they're happy with the setup when they're going to teach both students at home and in the classroom, and that have been a real challenge, I can tell you that. Yeah, so everyone works really hard to get students back. We're looking forward to. I saw us at the high school today and saw some classroom there was some students in, and it's really nice to see them back to campus. We also we talked about the yard duty people here, and I can have good news there. They're going to join our union. We're working on that now. They will be a part of us and want to also get the benefit that is to be a part of a union and be represented with everything what that includes. I also want to thank the administration now when we have worked really hard together to get everything ready here. Good communication, Sean, Jesus, Letitia. It's always nice to have an open communication line. So that way we can avoid any miscommunication and mistakes. So looking forward next week here, high school and several other schools getting back kids too. And of course, continue to setting up classrooms or preparing teachers, those who starting the week after next week. That's pretty much what I have to say tonight. And thank you so much. And that's all.
Thank you, Stig. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being here tonight. Next, we will move on to our board member reports. Would any of you ladies like to go first?
I can go.
Go ahead, Sophia.
So as Sean and Stig just referenced, it was a really, and I don't think it's easy to miss it, is a big step for our schools this week with everybody coming back on campus in a big way. Well, not everybody, and obviously we had people back before, but it was our first big push to get the majority of our students back. So I can't say thank you enough to everyone involved in the planning and implementation of making that happen, including our preschool and our learning pods who kind of paved the way. There are early innovators there since the fall as a foundation for us to scale up to what we're working on right now. So it's really great. Seems so far, we'll talk about that more about that later. And I really think about this big move or this big step as like a big piece in our continuous evolution as a school community here on the coast side, and also for public education more broadly. So being mindful of that longer term goals that we have around equity and justice, around sustainability, around continuous improvement. This is a big step and a big opportunity in that direction. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the proclamations that we'll have, because I think that gets to that piece around equity. And I think this is a good chance to kind of, as we get through the implementation, especially maybe late spring, early summer, to really, for all of our teams, our leadership teams, our PTOs, our wellness committees, our OSSC, our task force, all the teams that we have, all the social networks that we have, to plan for some time to really reflect on this year. It was difficult and challenging in countless ways and tragic in many, many ways. But there are learnings that we can have from it. And now I'm already hearing a lot of excitement around, things that we learned around technology and distance learning, around the importance of personal relationships with Mr. Reardon, which Mr. Reardon also referred to. Having that learning mindset, having that collaboration and teamwork. I'm already hearing from a lot of people. So if we can kind of have some kind of structure amongst all our teams to write these down, and maybe we can't incorporate all of them right away, but this is something that, we don't want to let go. So I'm grateful for that. Beyond our district and further to ongoing county and local meetings that I've been participating in, I've recently been appointed through our colleagues at the San Mateo County School Boards Association to serve as a delegate representing our region, which is San Mateo County and San Francisco, to make sure the CSBA, which is the California School Boards Association, reflects our interests as school districts and the county offices in the smaller Bay areas, just the two counties. So I'll stay in touch with colleagues across our region to do so, and I'm really excited to help represent our good chunk of the Bay Area there. So also participate in the kickoff of CSBA's 2021 Equity Network. I'm really excited about that, doing that together with Shauna Lizette, and I'm looking forward to that ongoing. It's like an intensive training program over the coming months. And I know we'll hope to bring some key learnings, and there will be many to the board and the community in a future meeting. So last but not least, the Coastside Recovery Task Force has also kicked off, and I'm not officially representing Cabrillo Unified at that forum, but I'm excited about it for our Coastside. And I think there might be some synergies I'll keep an eye out for our activities here at the school district, but also with our broader school community network within that context. So I'm excited about that. So kind of as a side thing, if you have interest in helping the Coastside recover from the pandemic, I'm going to be participating in a task force specific to the economy, diversifying our economy, sparking business innovation. So don't hesitate to reach out to me on that. So that's it. Busy month, exciting times. I'm really grateful and for all the collaborative leadership all around our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Anyone else wants to go next? Kim.
Sure. Sorry for my delay this evening. I have a broken ankle. If you see me squirm and turn the light or the camera on and off, it's trying to get comfortable and keep my leg elevated. So logistics were a little more complex tonight to get settled. So sorry for getting the computer on late. It was lovely to see the Congo line of cars going into El Granada school parking lot, and knowing that kids were back to school this week. And it's, well, not a perfect solution for everyone. I think overall in the Bay Area, we're moving in the right direction. So I welcome the fact that more and more people I know are getting their vaccines, and just feeling like that. Even crossing paths, people, oh, I'm vaccinated. You don't have to worry about me now. It's just really kind of a lightening of the heart that I think is so very much desired. And I think we've got a wonderful agenda tonight. The fact that Sean Reardon mentioned our unrepresented employees, we've got something on the agenda tonight for them, and starting to move out both on the high school and elementary in terms of our properties, and following through with upgrades that are much needed. So I look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And I hope you're in for the long run tonight. So get comfortable. Freya or Mary Beth?
Sure, I can go ahead. Just want to echo the appreciation to all of the hard work that's gone on from staff, teachers, administrators to get everything ready. It's already been said a million times, but can always say it one more time, and we do even later on the agenda have our staff and teacher appreciation resolutions as well for this month and a week in this month. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that has happened, but is continuing to happen. And Sean Reardon mentioned the exhaustion that teachers are feeling, and it is so hard getting used to the new normal, that even though we're back, it's a different kind of back. And so I just want to extend that appreciation to everybody who's working through it. And I hope that we'll keep in mind the kind of supports and other things that we'll need for our staff, our teachers, and our students as we get back to this new form of schooling that we're entering. So, but it's exciting as well. So that's wonderful. I did attend the CSBA legislative action, which of course was very different than it was in years past when we got to go to Sacramento and wander the halls and meet with our representatives in person and, you know, not wear masks and shake hands and all those things that we remember from so long ago. But it was a lovely Zoom for, you know, an hour and a half, and most of the legislative representatives were on there, and it was really wonderful to hear the conversation both with them and that their interest in hearing what everybody's perspective is kind of on the ground, you know, in the forefront, our perspective, the teachers, the students that we're representing as well. And also then afterwards, the conversation with other members about that relationship and how we can communicate more clearly with them, and kind of a very clear message coming out about wanting to be sure that we have solid guidance, but at the same time, flexibility for everybody's unique communities and unique interests and unique areas that we're at. So that was pretty clear coming out from all of the other school board members that were on that as well. So that was really interesting. And I'm very excited about the environmental resolution today. I'm very proud of our high school students who are going to be presenting on that. I won't be saying very much and they will, and that's the way it should be. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And I haven't been able to delve into it, but I am looking forward to getting more involved in the career technical education. As this time of year, we all think about colleges and where kids are going, and there's kind of an assumption of a certain path, and there are other paths as well. And I am very excited about the next, you know, year and a half, and really trying to talk more about that and how we can support and enhance those avenues as well for people to find meaningful careers as well as further education. So that's all for me. Thanks, everyone.
Go ahead, Mary Beth.
I don't have much more to add. I just want to say that, again, thank people for the big lift coming back to school. And I know on the outside, it doesn't seem like much. Oh, the kids are just going back to class. But I know that a lot of people worked really, really hard to make it happen. And it's a lot more than it seems from the outside looking in. There's a ton of work to do. So I just want to say thank you for that to everyone. And then the other thing, Kim had mentioned this before about the proposal we're putting out to look at some of our property that's not being used, just some blank parcels. So I am looking forward to hiring someone to help us look at that and figure that out. So that's on the radar as well. And I'm looking forward to getting that going. So look for that coming up in the future. And Kim and I are on that committee. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Like I always say, the nice thing about going at the end is everything's pretty much said. And basically, the only thing I want to add is just echo on what Kim said, which is, you know, we're definitely going towards the right direction, with some bumps on the road. But thank you for everyone who works behind the scenes and in the front lines, and everybody from the administrators here, like Leticia and Jesus, to the janitors and the people that are rushing to clean and sanitize for the next group to come in. So thank you, everybody. And thank you for everything that you do for the kids. Also, I want to just stress on the great agenda that we have tonight, because it's very important to recognize not only financially and educationally and leadership wise all the great people that contribute to this district, but also just, you know, put a face to all that hard work, because sometimes it's nice to, you know, let people know how appreciated they are, even though they know that they're doing it with um, no, they're not, they don't need anything, or they're not looking for anything. They're just, that's how kind-hearted and and kind these people are. And I also went, adding to that, I did I'm not gonna lie, like I live by the day, so the only thing I can remember that I did is yesterday I actually went to a food drive to Moonbridge, and it was totally last minute. I know that Moonridge and no, not Moonridge, I'm sorry, Main Street Housing, and they have monthly food drives. And I thank you to Leticia who made copies on the fly, and Sean who opened the door and let me run in and run out to get to where I needed to get to. But I think it's a very important beginning, and I think it's a very important thing to do. It's unfortunate because we're always also busy, and it is in the afternoons and whatnot. But it was very interesting because I went to the lines, and I introduced myself, and in the beginning people didn't really have any questions, and then as they kept seeing that I was still there, they would come and they would ask questions like, I have a child that is this age, and I would like to know if they're eligible to start kinder, or just other things that, at the moment they felt like might have not been important, but then they felt comfortable enough to kind of, share their situations and their concerns, or anything that they had in their mind. So I think that was a great start to building, communication between the district and our community. And then I'm just going to say it really quick in Spanish. Buenas noches a todos por estar aquí. Y les quiero dar la bienvenida a todos, como dijo nuestra miembro de la mesa directiva, Kim. No estamos haciendo lo mejor que podemos con lo que tenemos. Y yo sé que no es una situación perfecta, pero definitivamente estamos guiándonos hacia lo que deberíamos estar haciendo, que es apoyar y poco a poco regresar a la escuela, para ayudar y apoyar a los niños. Y en esta agenda quiero también enfocarme en el hecho de que es una agenda muy especial porque van a haber reconocimientos, no nada más reconocimientos de gente que ha contribuido con su trabajo, pero reconocimientos de líderes como los muchachos que van a presentar, y también reconocimientos del trabajo duro que han hecho algunas personas, y finalmente tal vez podamos recompensarlos un poco monetariamente. La única cosa que quiero agregar que hice fue ayer, fue la primera vez que fui a donde estaban dando la comida en los apartamentos de Main Street, y creo que fue un buen comienzo. A la gente que estuvo allí, al principio no tenían preguntas, no tenían comentarios, pero como vieron que todavía estaba allí, se arrimaron, empezaron a hacer comentarios o preguntas o preocupaciones, y creo que eso es un buen comienzo para empezar esa relación de comunicación entre las familias y nuestro distrito. So, muchas gracias a todos, y gracias a todos por estar aquí. All right, and now moving on to student board representative. Is she here? Rosie?
Hi, Lisa. No, she's going to be joining late.
Okay, so we will not forget our superintendent report, Mr. Dr. McCutcheon.
Thank you, President Cortez. It is exciting to be back and to have our first week back. And I was able to go to 4 or 5 schools this week on Monday and today to see transitional kindergarten, first grade, 6th grade back. And I do want to thank the teachers and the support staff and our classified staff, our administrators, and so many PTO leaders that I saw sort of welcoming kids back as they were entering the school. We couldn't have done this without everybody stepping up, and they all stepped up. Parents have stepped up, our PTO leaders have stepped up, our kids have stepped up. Today it was so cute at El Granada. I got to see Mrs. Angeles walking around with her students, putting their arms out to show me that they were distanced and their masks were on, and going to hand sanitize. And our partners who have stepped up, whether that's, and I can never list all the partners, but ALAS, Boys and Girls Club, Cabrillo Education Foundation, Coast Pride, Coastside Children's Programs, our PTOs. On the power of partnership, I do want to say Genentech has had a bus parked at Half Moon Bay High School for months now, and still there, providing Wi-Fi access for any students who might need it, need supervision, need Wi-Fi access. They've been lighting that up with Wi-Fi, which has been phenomenal. We did get news also from the county and Mid-Penn that public Wi-Fi has now finally been implemented at Mid-Penn at the Moonridge Apartments, which is huge for those families, not just because of the pandemic, but in general. So I want to thank the county and Mid-Penn. We contacted Mid-Penn last year, and they've worked with the county to do this. It's been phenomenal. I do also want to say that we've got an MOU in place, contracted, didn't come to the board, didn't cost us any money because they use federal grants for it, but it's with HR Support and Avellino Labs. And they are doing PCR testing for student athletes at the high school as our pilot. And yesterday they did 72 PCR tests on Wednesday, and we will look to open that up to more students and families of students. I know that people have been working on their symptom checker, and want to thank Hazel Health for that. And we've also moved staff to frontline, and we've been changing our symptom checking to frontline. And that's been pretty easy. If I can do it on an iPhone app, it's got to be pretty easy. I do want to mention, Mr. Reardon talked about the minimum wage. We are bringing tonight an hourly for our hourly workers who are unrepresented as the next step in our development of providing raises, a recommendation to the board to apply the same that we applied to unrepresented full-time, now to hourly, so that we can take care of the whole family, and that will lift everyone up of all those workers, all those classes of workers. The lowest paid workers will be above the Half Moon Bay local ordinance. Although school districts don't have to follow local ordinances, we agree that we think that that should happen, and this was a great way to do that. And I want to thank Paul Harrison and Lisa Schick for meeting with me, and I know Paul Harrison is going to speak later to the item, and I am grateful that we were able to do this, and that Stig Lynn reached out to them to see that they could join CSEA so that they could get the benefits of representation with CSEA. And I just have a lot of gratitude to all of us working together as a team, to this governance team. It was great on the first Saturday before the break. Not that some of us didn't get a break, but it was great to be in the equity symposium workshop with Lizette and with Sophia. It was great working with Freya over these past few months with the Half Moon Bay High School Environmental Committee, and then a large group in the community. And so I'm looking forward to that group presenting tonight with the resolution that we brought for Earth Day. I will save my comments about the items that are coming up tonight for those items. I do want to model for my board members and our colleagues. I will try to speak pretty fast and get through a lot of these items at the beginning quickly, and let other staff spend more time on their other items. So please, the public, please refer to all our items. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And now moving on to consent items on the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Would you mind doing roll call, Rosie?
Mm-hmm. Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya, Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
passes 2-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And now item 5, general business. And 5A, Dr. McFetrich, will you?
I'm just going to introduce this, but Martha Ladd will join us to talk
Okay.
about the recognition of our district reading intervention program leaders. Include Rachel Sage, Nicole Robinson, Shannon Murray, Anna Leva, Kathleen Roper, and Laura Butterfoss. So Martha, take it away. I know some of our reading intervention teachers may be let in also as panelists in case they want to show their faces or even be recognized. And I see Shannon there and Kathleen there. Go ahead, Martha.
Great. Good Good evening, Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yep, we
All
can hear
right.
you.
Dr. McFetrich, the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting campus closures caused our education community to go through a period of creativity and innovation to reach our children and families with meaningful learning opportunities. Through professional learning, collaboration, and guess and check methods, our reading intervention team created a many paths model for our elementary students to engage in learning and form meaningful connections with their school community. Led by CUSD teacher on special assignment, Rachel Sage, the elementary reading intervention team, composed of Nicole Robinson, Shannon Murray, Anna Leva, and Kathleen Roper, created an program that provided added literacy support to our students. To date, the team has served over 140 children individually and in small groups. The team also provided professional learning, coaching, and thought partnership to many elementary staff as they have been implementing our newly acquired systematic, multisensory, and structured language program foundations. Additionally, our reading interventionists made a crucial pivot to an adaptable universal screener called the Basic Phonics Skills Test, so we could continue with accurate progress monitoring tool across the district for our youngest readers. They also made home visits and mailed prizes and care packages to our students. And these teachers also provided assistance through their websites, grab and go content as developed for teachers and families. Together, the team created 200 asynchronous foundations lessons for kindergarten through third grade. This website not only provides engaging lessons, but also serves as a training tool for teachers on lessons and content delivery that will be relevant to our school community for years to come. Meanwhile, our Cunha Intermediate School colleague Laura Butterfoss also worked tirelessly to provide reading interventions for CUSD students in grades 6 through 8. Laura's powerful work has been instrumental to students at Cunha who do not have English language development as an academic below grade level in reading. Laura works closely with students identified at each quarter for the intervention class by their English language arts reading teacher. While the pandemic posed many challenges for schools, we are grateful to our CUSD reading intervention team and how they met the with grace, determination, and enthusiasm. Our recommendation is to recognize our reading and Murray and Aleva, Kathleen Roper, and Laura Butterfoss for their creativity and innovation and reimagining reading intervention for our TK through 8 students and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martha. And to Rachel and to Shannon and Nicole and Anna and Kathleen and Laura, thank you so much for what you do for all those students in reading intervention.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I know as a board member, these are the kind of things that really support and help our students, and you guys have done it in an innovative way in these kind of times, and thank you for doing that. And as a parent of a reading intervention student, you guys do such amazing work, and there's no words to thank you, but thank you for everything.
Rock stars.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for everything. The next staff recognition will be for the Palacitos High School teaching and staff. Dr. McFetrich, would you?
Well, first of all, I just again want to thank Shannon and Rachel and Nicole and Anna and Kathleen and Laura for their work. And in that same vein of appreciation and recognition, I'll be reading this on behalf of Mr. Owens tonight. This is a recognition of the Palacitos High School teaching staff who do more than just teach at Palacitos High School. Our Palacitos High School team is anchored by Lizeth Bendanya, Dudley Hughes, and Courtney Pereira. Together, they manage several district programs for students in kindergarten through 12th grade. A hallmark of the Palacitos team is their connection to their students and their compassion for the challenges of young adulthood as our students find their way in an often chaotic world. And then there was a pandemic. As our school community worked to provide educational opportunities to meet the varied needs of our students and their families, Ms. Bendanya, Mr. Hughes, and Ms. Pereira became the linchpin that held these plans together in order to offer independent study, home study, and the previously existing program models to our students. All this required considerable flexibility as our student enrollment at Pillarcitos would eventually triple. The team's communication with Half Moon Bay High School ensured that online classes matched the remote model so that students could cover sufficient content to be proficient in that content. They not only monitored student progress, but they regularly connected and encouraged students to maintain consistent progress throughout the grading periods. Staff attended individual education plan meetings, 504 plan meetings, and student study team meetings, all the while offering interventions and accommodations to students that would be the bridge to academic engagement and sustained efforts to facilitate course completion. These teachers' creativity and flexibility brought calm and possibility to our students during this tumultuous time. So I had the opportunity to drop by Pillarcitos this morning and see Lizeth Bendanya and Jason Owens. And as I am grateful to the reading intervention team that works with TK8, I'm really so grateful also to all our employees. Let me say that first of all, but to the Pillarcitos folks, they really stepped up this year and did more than so much more with independent study, et cetera, et cetera. So we wanted to take a moment to recognize them tonight. So, and I know they didn't want to be on camera tonight, as I understand it, but I thank them, Lizeth, Courtney, Dudley, who I think is affectionately known as Mr. Smooth. I really appreciate the spirit that they show and the care and attention they've shown to so many students this year.
Yes, I echo, yes, thank you. And I echo what Dr. McFetridge said. I do know I need to know Mr. Hughley and I believe Miss Pareda. I did have the pleasure of meeting Miss Bendanya earlier around the pandemic, not too long ago. And you guys are fabulous teachers um, who really go above and beyond for your students. And thank you so much for everything that you do. Um, not to minimize anyone else, but thank you. Um, and moving along, I'm gonna go on to item 5C, which is the adoption of Proclamation Recognition April as National Autism Acceptance and Inclusion Month. Dr. McFetridge, I know we're bringing it back.
Yes, we're bringing it back because at the last meeting, we had a parent, Christy Walker, bless her, and had a nice meeting with her a couple of weeks ago. And we talked about the history of autism acceptance and really the notion that we do want to move past acceptance into awareness and inclusion. So I'm just going to point out real quickly, the public can look at the proclamation, but we changed the proclamation and said that historically it's been designated as National Autism Awareness Month, but we know that many people understand we need to move past awareness and we have to advocate for acceptance and inclusion for people on the autism spectrum. It is estimated 1 in every 54 Americans have autism. It is a lifelong neurological difference. And the prevalence rate places it as the 3rd most common developmental difference in the country today. And I just want to point out that we noticed that we talked about this as being a difference, that this is a neurodiversity issue. This is not a disability issue. This is a developmental difference. And we know that it can result in differences in communication, socialization, sensory perception, behavior characteristics that range mild to severe. We know that it has no racial, ethnic, class, gender, or social boundaries. And even though our understanding's grown since first diagnosed in 1943, we know there's still a lot to learn, which is evidenced by our desire now to increase our acceptance instead of just awareness. And every year people join together to support National Autism Awareness Month. But what Christy taught me and what I had to go and research myself was that the lighting up blue is divisive in the autism community. And so we are intentionally aiming to move from mere awareness to acceptance and inclusion. And so we celebrate the countless ways that individuals on the autism spectrum contribute to and strengthen our communities. We feel it's vital that people on the spectrum feel included and accepted in our classrooms, businesses, and communities. And so I ask the board tonight to act and approve this so that it's now National Autism Acceptance and Inclusion Month.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. Do I have a motion to approve?
I could be
Go ahead, Freya.
I could be second.
Either way.
Rosie, you pick.
Kim first and I second Freya. Thank you.
And then do we
Real
just
quick, I wanted to say thank you, Sean, and to Christy Walker for bringing this up. And for me, I just really want to emphasize what Sean mentioned, which is the neurodiversity part of it. And the line where we talk about the contributions. I just finished reading The Autistic Brain. I don't know if any of you have ever read it, but it's just an amazing book written by a woman who is autistic about the contributions that she has done to the world and how she thinks about things and how she thinks about things so differently. And yes, she needs some ways of coping in the world that might be a little bit different, but yet the contributions that she can make because her brain works in a different way is just, it's really incredible. And for me, it's a broader lesson. It's not just about people with autism, but the fact that all of our brains work in different ways. And as educators, we all know that, but it's recognizing and calling that out, that we don't all learn in the same way. We don't all think in the same way. We don't process information. We don't communicate in the same way. We all have different gifts and other things. And so I think that the more that we can appreciate the differences in the contributions here and also throughout our whole educational, all of our children. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up as that point as well. So, and I highly recommend the book. It was quite interesting, as well as Neurotribes and the Future of Neurodiversity, which is a huge history of autism, which I read 2 years ago, which was fascinating. So anyways, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Freya. I'll just concur with everything Freya said. And I think the beauty of having this type of proclamation is not only for the adults in the room, but for us to be mindful of what we're teaching our children in terms of being community and acknowledging that we all have a gift. And it's so easy in this era of testing and metrics and who's behind, that we forget to lift up what our kids bring to the table. And I think if I have to remain low on the ladder, I want to remember that I'm looking for those nuggets from all the children in my life, whether they're very young or young adults, to stay engaged with community and to be aware and to be accepting. And that acceptance is a really powerful piece. So thank you very much for Christy, for making us mindful of that.
You will need a motion and a second and a vote to approve unless there are more comments.
We already have a motion.
Oh.
we have a motion and we second, just discussing it. Any other comments before we go to roll call? No?
I'll just say thank you again to Sean and Christy for working together. I think these are great improvements, and just it's within our ethos and spirit of not just kind of taking things at face value for, what they are and have been for a long time, but really thinking about things, looking at things, having conversations. I love that Sean said, Christy taught me. Like, how cool is that? Thanks, Christy. Thanks, Sean, to both of you for that awesome interaction that helps us help our kids. So I'll just say thank you to that. For that.
Yes, completely agree. Thank you. Rosie, can you do a roll call, please?
Sure, Lisette.
Aye.
Maribeth.
Aye.
Freya.
Aye.
Sophia.
Aye.
Kimberly.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 5D, the adoption of proclamation recognition May as Jewish American Heritage Month. Dr. McFetrich, will you introduce the item to us?
Yes, this is a long proclamation, and it is the first time that it's come to this board, is my understanding. In 2019, we brought the Hispanic, Latino, Latinx Heritage Month. This had not been presented, and I thought this was important for us to present, to try to get in a cadence, a rhythm, so that the board every year gets these proclamations, so that we are inclusive, we are promoting belonging and acceptance and inclusion in the district. And this one recognizes May as Jewish American Heritage Month. I won't read it verbatim, but I'll sort of go through this quickly again. Thousands of years, members of Jewish communities have had strong cultural identities and traditions, and have overcome persecution, enslavement, forced segregation, and the horrors of the Holocaust. There's a long history in this country. Back in 1654, of the first Dutch Jew that set foot in New Amsterdam, now known as New York City. And since 1654, the Jewish people have contributed so much to our culture and to our nation and to the world. And they've strengthened the country. They've helped shape America and the world. President George Washington had written a letter to the Truro Synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island, of course, our first president. And that was one of the first Jewish houses of worship. And he reaffirmed the nation's commitment to religious freedom and noted that the government of the United States would give to bigotry no sanction and to persecution no assistance, as he also emphasized that all Americans are entitled to liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. And I just think that that's so important for all our people, for every human being on the planet and the country. It's that kind of belief system that drew generations of Jewish immigrants to the United States of America to rebuild their lives. And that included Jewish families who fled pogroms or persecution. And it led many Jewish Americans to find common cause with the civil rights movement. And they've continued their strong support, our Jewish brothers and sisters, for liberty and human dignity, and have united to end discrimination in voting, employment, public accommodation, and have supported equity for women, farm workers, the disabled, and LGBTQ Americans. There's so many examples of this intersectionality, of this common cause that Jewish Americans have shown for all kinds of civil rights movements. Jewish Americans, including those here on the coast side, continue to contribute to the nation's progress. Scientists, teachers, entrepreneurs, armed forces members, public servants, private citizens, leaders, parents, citizens in all walks of life. And we have to remember anti-Semitism continues to be a huge concern in this nation and across the globe. And we have to recognize that we have to work to be vigilant against that. People wonder, didn't that end with World War II? It did not. It is with us, and it has increased in recent years, unfortunately. So we have to continue to work at understanding and inclusion. If you are interested in learning more about Jewish heritage, we would ask you to visit the website, www.jewishheritagemonth.gov, for more information. And so I asked the board, and staff recommends that the board proclaim Jewish American Heritage Month in May, and that we honor and celebrate the contributions of Jewish Americans, and encourage all Coastside families, students, and staff to join us in that celebration of the Jewish faith, the Jewish people.
Thank you. Before we go on to discussion and talk about this, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich, for doing this. And it is very important to recognize as a community every different component and background and religious belief. So thank you for doing this. And it's I know I didn't know about any of this till I read the Diary of Anna Frank. So it's very important to recognize what the people have gone through and their contributions and their perseverance and their outlook. And thank you for doing this. Anyone else would like to speak on it?
Sean, thank you. The piece I would like to emphasize is that the anti-Semitism has not gone away in this country. It has been some years now, but I found myself at a family dinner in Foster City, and could not leave quick enough because of the anti-Semitic conversation. I still don't know what I would say, feeling that isolated in such a hateful situation. But my grandfather was Jewish. And so much of this history touches my family. And thank you for bringing this forward. I think even the events of January 6th should have refreshed in all of our minds that we are not behaving as one people, as one neighborhood and one community. And that's exactly what these proclamations do. So thank you, Sean, for bringing it forward.
Are we ready for a roll call? Rosie?
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Next item is 5E, the adoption of proclamation recognition May as an Asian American and a Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Dr. McFetridge?
Again, I want to show respect to all these items, but people know me to be a pretty fast talker, and so I'll try to get through it. But this one was especially apropos for us. You'll see another resolution right after this one that addresses the violence that we've seen in the Bay Area and across the nation that's been anti-Asian violence. And so it's apropos that we also remember that May is also Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Again, I won't read it verbatim, but according to the US Census Bureau, Asians and Pacific Islanders make up the fastest growing racial group in the United States, numbering more than 10 million people, nearly 4% of the total population in the United States. And California is itself home to over 6 million students of Asian and Pacific Islander descent, kindergarten through grade 12. California's history is has a lot of history about the Asian and Pacific Islander experience, helped build this state. And these students and their families reflect the rich diversity of cultures and heritage of many different countries of Asia and the Pacific Islands, and the Californians have benefited greatly from their inclusion. And despite hardships and barriers, the people of Asia and the Pacific Islands who came to this country and their descendants have made substantial contributions to our cultural growth, our economic growth and development, weaving clear and distinct threads into our state's social fabric. It is true that the History Social Science Framework for California Public Schools in grades K through 12 states that the history curriculum of the community, state, region, nation, and world must reflect the experiences of men and women of different racial, religious, and ethnic groups and must be integrated at every level. And Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month is celebrated annually at state and national levels. And now more than ever, Californians and coastsiders should remember our heritage and history and recognize that we must continue to celebrate the contributions of Asians and Pacific Islanders as we also, again, defend their rights for equal and fair treatment as Americans during a time when discrimination against people of Asian and Pacific Islander heritage continues and has indeed increased recently. And so we ask the board to proclaim that May be also designated as Asian Pacific Islander Month, as it is in the rest of the nation, and that we call upon schools, staff, students, and families of the coastside to observe it with us and celebrate and recognize the countless contributions of Asians and Pacific Islanders throughout our history.
Once again, thank you, and thank you for bringing this to us. And once again, recognizing all the contributions and the richness that these Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have brought to the community and to this country. So thank you for that. Is there? Before we go on to discussion, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve.
So moved. Oh,
You one.
I'll take Sophia first and Freya
Okay.
second. Thank you.
Any board discussion to add?
I'll just thank you again, Sean, for bringing this to us. I think we know in our hearts that, Asian American Pacific Islander history is American history. As we know, Black history is American history. But unfortunately, we are not quite there yet in terms of our societies and our cultures accepting that these, often historically marginalized groups that we're talking about today and we've talked about before and we'll talk about next month, based on so many different dimensions of abilities or just different kinds of differences on any kind of parameter. We all matter, we all count, we all ought to be seen, we all ought to be appreciated and included. So by going through this process of each, of the many groups and then expanding that group each year, it's great because it just reminds us why we need to keep that in the forefront of our mind, because it's too easy to forget unless you're in one of those groups, then it's all too easy to not forget. So I'm really grateful of your work to bring that to us, and for folks in our community that will pull that through into their lives as a special reminder this month, and also part of every month.
Thank you, Sophia. I'm gonna ask that we move to a roll call if everybody's okay with that. Rosie?
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. And then moving on to item 5F, the adoption of resolution number 05-21, the supporting people of Asian ancestry and condemning harassment, violence, and hatred towards people of Asian descent. Dr. McFetrich?
Yes, thank you. This resolution, of course, is apropos. We had shootings in Atlanta and lost innocent lives some weeks ago. And I actually was contacted by a parent in the district who told me that they were looking forward to their child coming back to school, but that they would hope that we would make a statement. And you would have seen in my letter 2 weeks ago that I did mention this, and I did link this resolution and the other proclamation because I thought it was fitting at that time. The California School Boards Association created this resolution, and I will again ask the public to look at it, but I will not read it verbatim, but I'm going to try to go through this. Basic human decency requires a respect and acceptance for people of all backgrounds. And that's been clear from our discussion about the autism community, about the Jewish American community, or the proclamation we just heard. The motto of the United States of America is E pluribus unum, meaning out of many one. And our professed values include a commitment to liberty, equality, and justice for all. That is the American way. These are values the country has often failed to reach, but we should never stop striving to attain. And our diversity is a source of strength and prosperity and makes us the greatest nation in the world because of our diversity. And California's vibrant communities benefit from the cultural contributions made by people of every ancestry. And California is home to the largest population of Asian Americans, a group that has enriched the state in countless and invaluable ways, culturally, economically. Our history built this state in many ways. And people of Asian descent have suffered intense discrimination since our earliest days. That included inhumane policies and treatment toward Chinese immigrants in the gold mining era, the Chinese Exclusion Act, the persecution of Filipino American workers, and the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. And that discrimination continues today in the repugnant form of terroristic violence against Asian Americans and a climate where Asian Americans of Asian descent are being othered, targeted, scapegoated, and killed because of their race. An analysis by the Center of the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University, San Bernardino, found that overall hate crimes in America's largest cities decreased by 7% in 2020, while hate crimes targeting people of Asian ancestry rose by nearly 150% during that same period. In many school districts, there is a fear of violence and harassment. It's been identified as a factor in low rates of return to in-person instruction among Asian American students. Schools have an obligation not only to prepare students academically, but to provide the foundation for personal growth and responsible participation in civic life. Schools must avoid the model minority trap and the related tendency to overlook the circumstances of Asian American children merely because the student group on the whole demonstrates high academic achievement. Our values of inclusiveness, humanity, and respect demand that we support students of Asian ancestry and the larger Asian American community in the moment of national strife and at all times. So I ask the board to resolve that we condemn hatred, xenophobia, harassment, and violence towards people of Asian ancestry, and that we commit to creating a supportive, inclusive culture that fully embraces students of Asian descent. Now more than ever, the California School Boards Association recommends boards adopt this resolution, and I would hope that we would all as a community lift up and stop violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders at this time when they've suffered so much in this last year.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. What a most appropriate proclamation at a most appropriate time. So thank you for doing that and bringing it forward. I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Would anyone like to make a comment or discussion before we go to roll call?
I just think all of this is making it quite clear how we feel about this as a board and as a school district, that, you know, we need to respect everyone.
Yeah.
And I'm glad these are all here because I think we all feel pretty strongly about this and the rest of them.
I completely agree that these are very strong resolutions with very strong words. And so, like you said, Mary Beth, there's really not much to add, but just to listen and really do what, you know, what is right. So thank you for doing this, Dr. McFetrich.
And they're worth reading through. I mean, there's some good history and some good information in there. So if you're interested, really, they're good to read through them.
Yes, thank you. Rosie, will you lead us in roll call? Oh, Freya?
Are they ever posted, Sean, at the school sites? Would it be appropriate to post particularly these ones, just given the relevance of the topics? Because I know a lot of people don't read our full board packet, as fascinating as the whole thing is.
Yeah. Well, Rosie can speak to this, but the agendas are posted in various places and they are shared, and you know, all our administrators on here. So
the resolutions after they're passed, I meant.
Sometimes you'll go to school sites and you'll see some of this work actually posted, but I would encourage and invite our John Nazar, I just got to say it. I mean, I was meeting with his counselors a couple of weeks ago, and they do such a wonderful job, of course, with their student leadership and their counselors in doing videos for this so that it hits and everybody hears about it. So they celebrate, you know, they celebrated Women's History Month, and we did. They celebrated African American History Month, and we celebrated, and they did sort of daily or weekly kind of history. So I know that particularly, I know our school site administrators, I hope, will pick this up and start spreading out to their school communities also, where the magic happens.
Yeah, thank you. Rosie?
Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 5G, the adoption of proclamation designating, April 22nd as Earth Day. Dr. McFetrich?
Freya brought this up actually in her comments. It has been a delight and a joy. I know I echo Freya's comments to work with these young people and with a larger community. And you'll see Rosie is inviting them over, Elijah, Kai, Ona, and Annie as representatives from the Half Moon Bay High School Environmental Committee. And they'll be giving a presentation tonight, which they gave to our first meeting of the Environmental Committee. And Freya has really sort of like led that. Lizette, you're on that committee too. But the kids have really like, taken up the mantle, and we'll probably be bringing something from a district level about some of our continuing work about environmental sustainability efforts that we're doing. But I think the young people here do it better than I could. So I'll stop. I don't know, Freya, if you want to introduce them.
And before we do, I'm going to just have a motion to approve. Do I have a motion to approve the item? Second?
Second.
And yes, I think it's very appropriate for you to speak on this, Freya, because you've helped kind of lead this, even though these young leaders and amazing kids have done all the work. I think it's also important to recognize all the work that you have done to bring this and to make this happen, even though it's just one more thing to do during these awkward and just strange times. Go ahead.
Well, Lizette, as you know, it's just a work of joy. I mean, we've been wanting to do this for a while, and ever since the children from El Granada came and spoke at a board meeting a couple of years ago, both you and I were really interested in creating an environmental committee. And then, of course, things get lost and the pandemic happens. And so getting contacted by the high school environmental club really created a little bit of a spark to make that actually happen. So I like to think of myself more as a facilitator, helping to move all of this along. And again, we're already doing so much. These high school students, as you'll see in a minute, when they do their presentation and present this resolution to us, but also across our district, our teachers and our administrators at different sites, our facilities people, and the work that we've done already on solar and on water bottle fillers at the high school, and our ag department and our CTE and our HEAL and our Oceans Weeks. I mean, I can go on and on. Our co-site collaborations with our nonprofits, co-site land trust. So there's already so much that we're doing, and that's part of the excitement of the committee, is taking that, what we're already doing, and trying to create an articulated vision for more moving forward and making even more change. So this was the first, well, the environmental committee, and then this was the kind of second step in it. We're presenting this resolution and pledge, or they're presenting it to us for approval. And a part of it is what we're committing to as a district, but also there's a part there for individuals to make pledges. I'm personally trying to do more composting. That's my actually recycling green waste and other things, so that everybody has a little area, I think, where we can all improve in this. So I also encourage all of you and the whole community out there to take that pledge as well. For April is Earth Month, for April 22nd is Earth Day. Yeah, and I'd just like to say thank you to Elijah and Kai and Annie and Ona. And Elijah and Kai, who are seniors, they're going to be heading off, and we will miss them on this committee, but I know that they'll pass on their work to Annie and to Ona, who will be continuing next year, and we will try and create a structure with this environmental committee that will go on and on beyond all of us. But in this moment, I'd like to turn it over to the students to present their presentation and present our resolution. So, thank you.
Thanks, Freya. So I guess just to start, we can introduce ourselves. My name is Elijah. I'm a senior, like Freya said, and I'm the president of the Half Moon Bay High Environmental Club.
My name is Kai Guevara. I'm a senior and I'm vice president of the environmental club at the high school.
I'm Ona. I'm a junior. I'm the secretary.
I'm Annie Norris. I'm a junior and I'm the treasurer of the Half Moon Bay High Environmental Club.
And we had our elections this last meeting, and Annie and Ona are going to be the co-presidents next year, which is exciting too. So to start, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here. We have so many ideas for our district and our community, and we're just really excited to share them with you. As we look to the future, we see an opportunity to take advantage of this time rebuilding after COVID to improve our district for the sake of staff, students, and the environment. So just to get a sense of where we're at currently, for 2018 and 2019, the recycling service for Half Moon Bay High at least was the same. So 6 cubic yard containers emptied twice per week, which totaled 1,248 cubic yards per year. And so for landfill, in 2019, we generated 43.26 tons of landfill, which was actually a decrease from 45.7 tons in 2018. So this is great. We're making some progress, and we definitely want to continue that, that positive progress. If we could go to the next slide. Yeah, there we go.
So here's some pictures of waste from the Half Moon Bay High landfill, the Oxmountain landfill, from a waste audit of Half Moon Bay High conducted in April of 2018. So this may look discouraging, but remember, it's better to see trash put in a landfill than it ending up in the ocean. As you can see, this waste contains many items that could have been recycled, such as aluminum cans, plastic water bottles, and paper products.
This is what our current system is, which has room for improvement. Most locations are solely landfill, and when there is recycling, bin labeling is unclear.
So the environmental club, this year we sent out a survey to the school, to Half Moon Bay High School, and we asked the people how they felt about the amount of litter of our school. And these were the results that we got from 192 responses. So 93% of the responders, they said that they saw improvement to be made in our waste system. And additionally, 97% said that they would support a school composting system. 76% said that they would actively use the composting system if it was put into place. 21% said maybe, and there was only a small fraction of the responders who said that they would actually not use the composting system. Also, 40% of the responders said that right now it's unclear to them which bins were trash, which were recycling at our school, which means that a good amount of the waste at our school is being improperly disposed of.
So here's an example of a sustainability initiative going very well for a school district. Palo Alto Unified School District renovated their cafeteria system to eliminate waste. So they purchased reusable baskets, stainless steel sporks, etc. Plus, they hired 2 new employees, costing the district $49,831 total. But they earned an impressive savings of $25,000 per year after an average 5-month payback period. And while we aren't really focused on food packaging specifically in this presentation, the point here is that there is money to be saved by going sustainable, and it's possible fast. Okay, so if we look at the triangular diagram here on the right, currently we're kind of focusing on the middle section. So that's dealing with the waste, dealing with waste management, the waste that we create. But in the future, we really want to look towards the even more important section above, which is trying to decrease our waste production in the first place and really shift our whole attitudes towards waste and sustainability. So if we go to the next slide, SB 1383 is one of the government mandates that's relevant in our district surrounding sustainability. By law, schools should have organic waste disposal. And we can see that January 2022 is when we really should have that in order.
Back in 2017, as some of you may know, our district committed to making our school operations more sustainable going forward. Here are some notable excerpts from the document. The superintendent or designee shall develop strategies to promote district use of green school principles and practices in order to conserve natural resources, reduce the impact of district operations on the environment, and protect the health of students, staff, and the community, including maintaining a system for food waste, such as composting. By offering By offering some sustainable solutions for Half Moon Bay High and Cabrillo Unified as a whole, our club is hoping to help our district move forward with these commitments. Some accomplishments of the Cabrillo Unified School District are schools around the district have transitioned to digital communications. Schools are investing in sustainability and ecology education. This is demonstrated in programs such as Outdoor Ed at Cunha and Environmental Science at Half Moon Bay High. District facilities have implemented recycling programs and are continuing to work with solar power. We want to build on this amazing progress going forward.
When looking at waste sorting, we'll have to form strategies for infrastructure, training staff and students, and tracking our progress. For infrastructure, we can see here that there are a bunch of different price points for tri-bin systems. In the next slides, we will get into some more specific plans we have thought about for Cabrillo Unified and the coast side.
So phase one is where we're at right now, which is gathering ideas and getting some momentum going. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to see kind of a lot of different visuals here. I might have to click through them a bit. And so on the left here, timeline and commitment just refers to how intensely we're going to go about this. So mild or relaxed to full drive or spicy. And mild really isn't an option at this point, in our opinion, at least. We should be shooting for medium to spicy. And the rest of the slide, we're really already on our way. Stakeholder input engagement, developing a plan, and analyzing our data.
So the recommended process for phase two is really just implementing the plans that we've made from phase one. So one proposal for a project that we've had, we might want to go to the next slide. Yeah, one proposal that we had for a project is that we can create a tri-bin waste system for Half Moon Bay High. We could start with Half Moon Bay High and trickle down to the other schools. So that means it would be a landfill, a recycle, and a composting bin. And so with this plan, we could save money due to the waste diversion. And we don't add as much work for the custodians. The cost to this project would be that we'd have to add new infrastructure and pay for the cost of the new bins. But in the long term, this would save us money. So this is an idea of what it could look like. So it would distinguish the difference between the 3 different bins: trash, recycling, and compost. And it would help increase the amount of students who could easily tell between trash, recycling, and compost.
So next, the third phase of how we're envisioning this initiative going would be sustained success. So just thinking about how we could ensure that our efforts persist and how we could actually measure the effects of our work.
Another project that we are proposing to implement is a clear and transparent tracking system. This would calculate the total amount of organic, recycled, and landfill waste created monthly, identify major contributions to the waste stream, and examine sorting accuracy. It could also track energy use and net carbon emissions in our district. This would create a more streamlined management of facilities. However, some costs would be a possible digital dashboard, which is a future goal, but we could do without. And here's an example of what this might look like.
The entire coast side needs our help. We should support plastic-free initiatives and any other initiatives that put our community on a more sustainable path.
So now that we've shared with you our ideas for what the future of Cabrillo Unified might look like, we wanted to finish by looking at some roles and responsibilities. So here's a pretty basic representation of who's been responsible for certain aspects of sustainability, at least on the Half Moon Bay High campus. So it's pretty basic, like not much to see here. Now, if we go to the next slide, we can see that we envision the responsibilities being split between students and administration. So we're in a really great position to make positive change in our district right now because we have so much excitement and motivation coming from both the administration and student levels. You'll notice that our club envisions custodial staff being responsible for the taking out of recycling bins instead of students like it is right now. In light of COVID, we just feel like this is the most safe and organized way of dealing with this waste. While there are some added responsibilities for custodial staff listed in this slide, we do believe that the Trident system is the most efficient way to include recycling, compost, and landfill on our campus. We will all work together to make this dream a reality. That being said, the student body cycles. So this initiative is going to take persistent determination from the top level to preserve the momentum we're making right now.
So as a way to consolidate all these solutions, we created a resolution that we'd like to pass today. This resolution contains our realistic goals for the district, as well as we've also created a community-wide committee. So this is with teachers, students, members of the county offices of sustainability and education, and other members of the COSIDE. And with this committee, we can accomplish our green goals by creating timelines, contributing information and advice, and sustaining our success. So this is our chance to really make a difference on the COSIDE.
So if the next slide, to conclude, we just wanted to show how many other community partners we have that can help us at every step of this process. So Republic Services, the Green Schools Campaign, which is another organization. We have the San Mateo County Offices of Sustainability, et cetera. So really, we have a lot of support out there. So next, we're going to take a look, or at least we were thinking of taking a look at the actual resolution just to break it down. But first, I just wanted to open up to any questions if there are any. And if not, we could look at the actual resolution, if that's helpful.
I think you guys have done such a great job explaining it that we would definitely love to just go and listen to the resolution. Thank you.
And I was just going to add no questions, but just I can't help but comment. This is awesome, guys. And I love this. This is really cool. This is like exactly what we should be doing as a school community, what you guys should be doing as practice for when you graduate. You can do this for California and our country. Pretty much versions of this, right? This is where we want to go beyond our district as well. So this is such a great experience for you all to have, and I'm appreciative for the model you're setting for us all. So thank you.
Thanks so much. So we have a link. I don't know if Mr. McFetcher, do you want to share the resolution, like screen share or something like that?
I think Rosie can put that up for us. And I'll just say this was great because this was a resolution that I could sort of give as a rough draft, and then these young adults were able to say, no, this is what we want to say. And I was like, okay, so I'll put it in the whereas form. So if you guys want to read it, it's your work.
Thanks. So let's see, at the top, we pretty much just have some general acknowledgements, resolutions that we want to make as a district. So these are more general things, acknowledging that we could really have an impact on climate change, like our actions matter. Acknowledging that environmental literacy, environmental education is vital. And pretty much just acknowledging that we're setting goals here. So the main important part, at least for our club that we focused on, are the pledges down below. So if we look at the pledges for Cabrillo Unified School District, that first bullet point is one of the most important ones that we're suggesting today, which is, as Annie was talking about, our transparent tracking system. So this can be as big as we want to make it. This is pretty much a point a place where we could advertise everything that we're working on as a district in terms of sustainability to the public, so they could keep track of what we're working on. So this can be our waste diversion rates. We could start tracking that now. And once we implement composting in a tri-bin system, we could see how that maybe graph some visual showing our progress. The public will be able to see that progress. And then that could also track our net carbon emissions, really setting the stage too. With the implementation of solar power, we'll be able to see how our net carbon emissions decrease, hopefully, over time. So this will really be a way for the public to interact and kind of keep tabs on how our sustainability efforts are going. So next we can look at the establishing organics and recycling systems, just right below the transparent tracking system. So that's just gonna be implementing compost and stuff. I think that's on the page before actually. And then, let's see. We have, so that's just, again, what we were talking about with compost, that's gonna be very important. And that'll also help us decrease the amount of landfill that we're sending to the, or amount of trash that we're sending to the landfill. Aside from that, we really are already making progress on those last 2 bullet points there. Already working on our goals expressed in the last resolution, and we already made a committee. So we really want to use that committee to the fullest to help our district and our whole community become more sustainable. Now for Half Moon Bay High, we're envisioning the tri-bin system like we were talking about, kind of starting out there, because that will be more of an experimental project, even though a bunch of other schools and districts have tried it out. So in our district, we were thinking we could kind of test it out at Half Moon Bay High, and hopefully if that's successful, that would be a system that we could kind of expand to all the other schools and other district facilities. Now, if we go to the next page, we could kind of just look at the whole coast side community. So we really just want to support the whole coast side in becoming more sustainable, whether that's energy efficiency, decreasing our use of plastic, etc. And that brings us to the end of the resolution.
Elijah, you and Annie and Ona and Kai have done fantastic work with us. Freya, you've done fantastic job facilitating us. We had so many people at the last committee meeting, was phenomenal. And I know that this momentum will build. I will tell everybody, to the solar point, we were actually meeting today with Sizer Co. about the planning we've been doing about solar, and we hope to bring that to a board meeting, hopefully in May. We were talking to our food services director today, not today, 2 days ago. I was saying, hey, we've been talking about this. The Half Moon Bay city ordinance is trying to get away from plastics and get into compostables. So all these things are on point. The case study that the students brought up from Palo Alto, I had seen it when I'd met with people from Rethink Disposables. We will be looking at that in the next year to see, can we get a central kitchen? Can we stop, having all this waste, not food waste, but plastic waste, and get to compostables? So I think the resolution is on point, right on time, represents a lot of hard work and work that the environmental committee at Half Moon Bay High School has been doing. So I just want to thank that committee and those students for leading us. The committee was just, if I can say this, they were just knocked out when they saw you guys present this presentation. And then Elijah and Ona and Annie and Kai, thank you for getting this presentation from 42 slides down to 27 slides. I appreciate that greatly. I think it's extremely compelling. I think it's just wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, Sean, for your contribution to all of this work as well, by continuing to do things on a district level to help support what the students are leading us to do as well. As they said, the top down and the bottom up will work together to make this all work. So thank you so much, Elijah and Kai and Annie and Ona. And I know that we'll work more this year, so it's not goodbye, Elijah and Kai, yet. And then we'll continue to work next year with our co-presidents. Congratulations, Annie and Ona, on that. And so thank you so much for your presentation tonight and for the one at the community. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freya, for you're facilitating this this committee, and definitely thank you to all you young people Ona, Elijah, Kai, and Annie. You guys should be very proud of yourselves. What you are doing and what you're starting is amazing, and your family should be very proud of you, as well as me being a community member here in Half Moon Bay. I'm proud to see such leadership in you and in the youth, and how it's moving us to a very positive and productive direction. So thank you for all the work that you do, for your time, for your commitment, and everything that I know you guys are going to continue to do, because you guys are amazing, and thank you very much. Any more comments before we move to roll call? Uh, Thank you, you guys, and thank you for being here tonight. Rosie, will you do roll call, please?
Mhm. Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, you guys. Have a good night. Really quick, before we move on, I'd like to, what do you guys call that? A point of order or a point of privilege? Anyways, I want to know how we're gonna, I'd like to incorporate the student board representative report. And I would like to give her a moment to do a report now that she is present, but I don't know how we legally do this. Dr. McFetrich?
As president, I think you could make a point of privilege, and if the board's okay with it, I'm okay with it. I think it's great. Caroline, I know, had an activity at the high school, so I would say let it roll.
Okay, point of privilege, everybody agrees? Whatever that is? Okay. Caroline, are you ready? Would you like to give us your report?
Yes, of course. Sorry for being a few minutes late. I had water polo practice.
No problem. Thank you for being here. And whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Of course. So I'm going to start off with Half Moon Bay High School. So they are very excited to open up to their seniors and juniors on Monday. They have been preparing for this day, and the entire teaching staff can't wait to see their students again back in person. They are also looking forward to welcoming back the sophomores and the freshmen the following Monday, April 19th. And also the ASB board has elected their new co-presidents for the 2021 to 2022 school year, and it's Owen Wolliver and Giacomo Carter. So congratulations to them. Next is Fairlawn View. So their first day back on campus for kindergarten and first grade students this Monday was so exciting for both the students and staff alike. Their mascot Whiskers was waving to students as they arrived on campus and dancing along to the music that they played. It was incredibly heartwarming to see students back in the classroom interacting with their classmates and teachers. Last month, students at Fairlawn View celebrated Women's History Month by learning about important female figures, both contemporary and historical, including Malala Yousafzai, Greta Thunberg, Georgia O'Keeffe, Maya Angelou, sorry if I'm not pronouncing some of these right, Agatha Christie, and Eleanor Roosevelt. Fourth grade students learned about women's suffrage. Last month, they also had their school-wide Move-a-thon fundraiser. Students logged over 40,000 minutes of movements over the course of 1 week and raised over $14,000. Some students put their movement to good use by cleaning up the local beaches as well. Fairlawn View students picked up about 8 pounds of trash on the beach that week and logged their findings on the Litter app. They are so excited to welcome back their second and third grade students next week and their fourth and fifth grade students the week after that. Next is El Granada. So El Granada School TK through first grade students went back to school this past Monday. Everything went like clockwork. There were many happy, smiling, masked faces. This upcoming Monday, they will see the students in grades second through third joining their friends on the El Granada campus. Everyone is so happy to be back to school in person. Prior to spring break, each El Granada classroom participated in a virtual field trip with the Marine Science Institute. The primary grades learned about the rocky shore, and the upper elementary classes learned about marine invertebrates. A variety of entertainment was on stage at the 2021 El Granada Elementary Zoom Talent Show. On stage, there were talented musicians, dancers, a ski and snowboarder, a Rubik's Cube solver, rock jumpers, a comedian, a baker, a karate martial artist, and a very flexible gymnast. As you can imagine, this variety show made for quite a delightful and enjoyable evening. Lastly, but we have Cunha. Cunha is back Monday, April 5th. They welcomed their 6th grade students back to school with music and balloons at each entrance. Their amazing 8th grade leadership students were on hand to greet them and help them find all their classes. Students were incredibly responsible, keeping to COVID safety protocols and wearing masks as they moved around campus. All the staff were so happy to see them back. It was an emotional time for everyone. Things went very smoothly and students had a great first day. For kids who had never actually been to Cunha classes in person, they felt very welcomed. They are looking forward to seeing their 7th graders next week and then 8th graders on the 19th. They also want to congratulate Louisa Kearns, sorry if I didn't get the last name right, for her science fair project about testing methods of online teaching. She took first place in the county and is going to the state. Congratulations. And that's all that I have for today.
Sorry,
Is
I
that
was
you're
muted.
muted?
I
Oh.
know, after I was done. Um, thank you for being here, and thank you for your for doing your part and being here tonight. And we're gonna move on to the next item, which is item H, the approval and proclamation endorsing May as Employee Appreciation Month. Dr. McFetrich.
I will read this one. Whereas every student has the right to access high quality educational programs to further their academic and personal success. And whereas quality educational programs from Cabrillo Unified School District are only made possible thanks to the dedicated, talented, innovative, and hardworking educators and classified staff who use their extensive skill and compassion to provide individualized educational opportunities and supports for students. And whereas Cabrillo Unified School District acknowledges the challenges faced by our educators, staff, students, and families during the current pandemic that has forced schools to provide instruction through distance learning. And whereas our educators, staff, and administrators have taken on the role of essential workers to make it possible for students to continue to learn during this uncertain and stressful time. And whereas Cabrillo Unified School District recognizes our staff has gone above and beyond in responding to the needs of students, their families, and the community at large. And whereas Cabrillo Unified School District believes that our employees' response in serving children during these challenging times serves as an example of ongoing public service and pride in our community. And whereas now that Cabrillo Unified School District schools are set to reopen, have indeed reopened with students, teachers, administrators, and classified staff back on campus, and whereas these employees serving our schools deserve the gratitude, respect, and recognition of the Cabrillo Unified School District, students, parents, and the entire Coastside community for their work during this year, I would ask the board to resolve that in celebration of our teachers, including on California Day of the Teacher, Tuesday, May 4th, our classified employees, including during the week of classified employees, May 16th through 22nd, and all our administrative staff and all our support staff, the governing board of the Cabrillo Unified School District proudly declare the whole month of May 2021 as Employee Appreciation Month. And in making this declaration, the CUSD governing board will honor all Cabrillo Unified School District staff for dedicating their lives to promoting the success of our children and our community. I just want to say that this is apropos to Stig's comments and Sean's comments at the top of the hour. You know, this has been a lot of work on a lot of people. The opening school steering committee, the site task forces, the employees working on that planning, the employees doing the work, the MOUs. I am grateful, and I know this board is grateful. You've said it many times. And so I would recommend that you acknowledge May and endorse May as Employee Appreciation Month.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. Once again, very appropriate at a very appropriate time, and thank you. I think it does doesn't take away from the other proclamations, but definitely it's worth reading. And if if there's no more discussion or comments by anyone, we could go to a roll call.
We need a motion.
Need a motion.
We didn't do it. Just kidding. Okay.
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Lisette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Item I, it's update on CUSD opening of school plans. Dr. McFetrich, would you please introduce?
I would ask Dr. Bhatia and Mr. Contreras, I think they will be presenting this item and they'll give an overview and our status currently.
Hi there. Good evening, President Cortez, board members, colleagues, and community. So we are here today to give you a quick update on the amazing things that we have already seen this week. And so as everyone has mentioned, definitely it's been a huge lift. And again, I know Jesus and I want to acknowledge the amazing work that our CUSD teachers, staff, parents, our local community, in particular, our opening of school steering committees, our task forces, we couldn't have done it without all of the people involved. So this week, again, a very strange feeling to feel that first day of school excitement in the spring of a school year. All of us were on sites and seeing, although we cannot see smiling faces, we saw smiling eyes from teachers, from students. We saw excitement. We saw the students with a kick in their step. It was just an amazing thing to see. So we're really looking forward to welcoming more students next Monday and the 19th, where we will be serving almost 85% of our student population at some point throughout the week. And so here's the agenda on the next slide, Rosie. We just, unfortunately, because of the posting of the agenda, we couldn't include a few pictures, but maybe we'll bring pictures next time we come back to present. But today we just want to give you just a quick update on learning pods, on some of the amazing orientation videos that our Susan Vanna, our district nurse, created in order to help train our students. And then also give you a more detailed update of the remote versus in-person training. Next, slide 4, Rosie. So we'll look at the learning pod update on slide 4. I'll go ahead and start talking. Perfect. So here we have, just wanted to let you know that at El Granada, Farallon View, and Hatch, we all have one full-time learning pod dedicated to serve the children of our CUSD staff. We have hired to serve students in TKK first 6th grade starting April 5th, 2nd and 3rd grade April 12th, and 4th and 5th grade April 19th. These are the students that have signed up for the learning pods. And of course, as we now have seen, should space allow, learning pods for Cabrillo Unified School District also will start to include at-promise students. Next slide. We're going to talk about just the future of our learning pods. For Hatch, Farallon View, El Granada, and Cunha, we are looking at adding additional staff and locations to add at least one more learning pod. As you can imagine, we do have a waiting list of over 100 students whose parents really need a full day support for students because of either due to work schedule or transportation. And so we are working on that. And I know Jesus has done an amazing job with trying to connect with different organizations, including Champions, to see if we can set up these pods to serve at promise. And by at promise, these are the different subgroups that that include our at promise students who have an extra need of support. Could include socioeconomically disadvantaged, special education, foster youth, English learners, homeless, and or low performing. Rosie, if you don't mind going on to the next few slides, slide 7. And so here on, there we go. Next slide, Rosie. So I don't know if we have time tonight to click on the videos, but here are some amazing videos that were created, again, with the support of Susan Vanna and some of our staff and our amazing students, to really demonstrate what the 4 pillars looks like here in our schools. And so feel free, so Rosie, is this slide 7? Maybe back one. Oh, maybe we don't, sorry. Oh, there we go. Here are the videos. So these are all hyperlinks. So I really would encourage all of you to just, and even the community, to take a look at the videos that have been shared at parent trainings, staff trainings, in order to prepare our students in getting ready to come back to school and demonstrating the 4 pillars. So how to wash your hands properly, how to stay 6 foot distance, how to make sure that that you wear a mask, and also avoid large gatherings. So they're very specific to all of the schools and pretty amazing. The next slide, you're going to see the staff trainings regarding opening of schools. Every single school site has already engaged in both a staff and a parent training to demonstrate what to expect when you do come on campus, including the 4 pillars, the symptom checker process, contact tracing, including Hazel Health. I know many of our administrators and our staff were outside in the mornings or during pickup, passing flyers, the ones that Lisette picked up yesterday, to pass at the Main Street complex, to ensure that we informed our parents that the process on the Hazel Health, the symptom checker for our students. And it's great to hear, again, everyone has done an amazing job. I happened to be at Hatch this week, and I did, and Ms. Jaramillo, our interim principal at Hatch, did mention that one day there had only been, out of the first morning dropout, 2 students who did not complete the Hazel Health, and that was day number 2. So that's pretty amazing. So congratulations to all the parents in our community for that. And the last one is, we wanted to let everyone know, especially our board, that our principals and assistant principals have taken the contact tracing course of Johns Hopkins. So we are shifting from contact tracing from the district, and instead having the contact tracing being seen by the principal or designee. Next few slides, Rosie. Slide 10. And so again, our technology staff has been amazing. They have set up technology days at all our different campuses to ensure that technology has been in place. Also wanted to let you know that we are fully staffed in elementary, middle, and high school. Health and safety measures are in place. Cleaning and disinfecting measures are in place and staffed. And again, contact tracing, vaccine protocols are in place and continue to be implemented. There was on day 1, when we had that break after the student drop off, I know I myself just stood there and looked at my phone thinking, oh, is somebody going to call me for an emergency? And there were no emergencies. So it was great to see that the protocols are in place and working, and it's pretty amazing everything that all of our departments have done. Okay, the next slide, wanted to let you know a little bit about our remote learners. Slide 11. And actually, Rosie, you can go ahead and skip to slide 12. And in regards to remote learning, we do have a small percentage of students that decided to stay remote instead of return to in-person. In elementary, we do have district-wide grade level certificated teachers that are supporting our elementary students. Those students that decided to stay remote, they did have to change their classroom teacher to a teacher that's teaching online in person. No, I'm sorry, online synchronously. For Cunha Intermediate Middle School, we were able to set up a remote learning coordinator to support student access to curriculum and also provide asynchronous instruction. keeping in mind that as we presented in the past, our Cunha Middle School schedule is both AM and PM, so it's slightly different than the high school schedule, where our teachers may have a little more time in the afternoon to serve some of our remote students. And as you can see the next bullet, at Half Moon Bay High School, we were, thanks to Dr. McFetridge and our technology team, we were able to place a 360, and Randy Rudolph and his team, who has done an amazing job of placing this 360-degree camera to live stream that lesson for the students that are remote while students are in person. Please know that our independent study students and our independent study program is completely full at this time. In elementary and middle school, it's called the home study program. And again, thanks to our Pilarcito staff, who is serving this population of students. But our students continue to receive that independent home study service with our Pilarcito staff. And all programs, as mentioned earlier, are fully staffed. So thanks to our Pupil Services and Personnel Department for working 24 hours weekends to make sure that we were set up for our opening of schools.
I just want to add that we really want to applaud all of the effort that has gone into making this reopening happening. Our teachers are relearning and innovating daily how they can get the learning out to our students, and along and hand on hand with our teams, our support teams, our IT teams, our custodial teams, we all are together figuring out how the school of the future is going to be, and we are all learning together to deliver that deliver the promise to our students. So we know that we will continue in this mode, and we will continue to learn and to design what the instruction is going to be looking like post-COVID. So very excited to see our children back in our classrooms, but it is also very exciting the continuous learning that will occur as we move forward.
Thank you. And I think that is the end. I also wanted to acknowledge Pat Olson, because he also was instrumental in meeting with our site principals and taking these clips. And again, please watch one of those video links when you get a chance, because they're pretty amazing. Coming from our small but mighty Cabrillo Unified. And any questions?
Thank you, Leticia. Thank you for all the information, and thank you for the presentation. And yes, we'll open it up for discussion since this is just an information item.
I had, first, thank you for the presentation, and also again for all the hard work you've done, and the opening school steering committee, and of course all the staff and teachers, and now the students having to implement all of these new protocols. So that's really exciting. Kind of the first is a comment, and Jesus, you had mentioned kind of the learning. Now that we're actually putting these things into place, we're going to see what's working and what's not, and all of that. And I guess just in the nature of transparency, it'd be great at some point if we had some more details, like a report on how it's working, how we move forward, how we've had to change things, so that we can, see kind of how it's actually that boots on the ground, how it's actually being implemented. I would love to see some of that, just to make sure that it's all kind of happening as it should be. And then the question that I had was about you mentioned in one of the little slides, there was a blurb, it said testing and vaccine protocols. And I was just curious, I know that we've started the testing, Sean mentioned it at the introduction. I know that we started with high school athletes. Do we have a plan or a protocol for when we're rolling it out to all students? And then on the vaccine, I didn't know we had a vaccine protocol, so I was just curious what that meant.
Let me speak to that. The vaccine, just to be very clear for the public, we cannot require vaccines for employees, nor can we require vaccines for students.
But I'm just curious what a vaccine protocol was then.
That's just basically the work that we did with the County Office of Education to offer vaccination availability through the county to our staff. That was what our protocols were. That took a huge labor amount of labor from Jackie Sullivan, Jason Owens, and the county coordinating this. And every employee has been offered an opportunity to vaccinate at this time. Again, we can't require it as a condition of employment, and we cannot require it. Only the legislature can require vaccinations for students. But we're very heartened that you know, this may be opening up April 15th, I think, to 16 to 18-year-olds and all adults across the nation soon. And then they tell us 12 to 16-year-olds may be able to get vaccinated in the summer. So we think this is opening up. Again, the only protocol is that we've worked with the county to provide our staff ability to sign up for vaccinations. Many of our staff went to My Turn. I myself decided to use My Turn and went to Oakland for my vaccination after I got called up, or I was getting called up right when I was in line to go get it. Many of our folks went outside, but many of them have had the opportunity to vaccinate thanks to San Mateo County also Education and Nancy McGee and those efforts.
And
testing, you asked about testing, Freya.
It also mentioned a testing protocol. So I was just curious. I've heard that we're starting and we have the MOU, which I know we already talked about. So that's great. I just wasn't sure if there was a timeline being set for moving forward on that as well. For the surveillance testing of students is what we're talking about.
So the testing protocol, we were referencing to staff testing on a monthly basis. We set up staff testing at every site and at the district office. That's the testing that we were referring to, but I do know that with the athletics, there is a systematic testing process as well. I know Dr. McFetridge, I know that we have, I'll let you speak.
No, thank you. This is, I've been too much in the weeds on athletics. Like anytime they want to open up something athletics, bless them, Brendan Roth and John Nazar and Deanna Tower and Andy Boysen, Boys and Girls Club, they contact me and say, can we open? Can we do this? And I say, it depends. Let me call the lawyer. So County Counsel, Lisa Cho, bless her, every time we get these protocols, these people have been, Brendan, Jill Jacobson, the team at Boys and Girls Club, the team at the high school, they developed these really long protocols about how to keep people safe. We give them to County Counsel. County Counsel makes sure to check them to make sure that they're up to date with the pandemic recovery framework and all the guidelines we have to do. So part of that is CIF requires testing for high contact sports. So the high school at first was just sending their athletes to Ted Adcock, the community center, which is a great opportunity, but then we wanted to look into something else. So I happened to identify this group, HR staffing, working with Avellino Labs over the hill, right here on the peninsula, and they have a federal grant. And so they were able to bring that to us as a mobile lab, as long as we have between like 50 and 100 students or teachers who will take part in that. It works for them and the federal grant pays them. Yesterday was our first implementation of that at the high school, 72 students. Our hope is, and I was talking to Susan Vanna about this today, our hope is that in the next couple of weeks, when we're getting everybody on campus, then we can start opening that up. And it is a simple sign up where we would then take, I think they call it Sign Up Genius. It's this proprietary software. We have all these proprietary softwares now. You would send that to parents and say, would you like to sign up for this test? They'd sign up. They'd give their insurance information. If they don't have insurance information, then the federal government pays for that. And then they would go and they would schedule times. So we're hoping to go from 70 students like they did Wednesday. They want to do one day, then they want to go to 2 days, and then we would open up to other, I'm hoping in the next few weeks.
Oh, great. And that could potentially also be an opportunity for people who had some contact to get tested there as well. Another opportunity, I mean, I know we have the at Adcock, but maybe that would also be a place where people who had to get checked for the contact tracing could also. I just think it's so important that we have as many resources as we can to kind of make sure that we don't get any, bubbles.
Right. When you do have a person who comes up as a case, and then there's a contact to a case, and you ask them to quarantine, or you ask them, and this is going to happen. I think this is an important point. The public is going to have to get used to the fact that we are going to have cases and contacts to cases when we're doing contact tracing. And then we will have to say to people, hey, we need you to quarantine, stay at home, test. And these days are going away. The quarantine days are shortening now. So I was talking to Susan Vanna today or yesterday about the fact that we might be able to use this testing as a complement to Ted Adcock or to private health practitioners or public health practitioners.
That's great. That's a great opportunity to have that on the coast, specifically for students. So thank you.
Well, unfortunately, we can't provide it just to the general public, but we can't, or to parents, but we can provide it to staff and students.
Yeah, especially when we're opening up, to make sure that we have those resources on site so that we're testing as we're open. I just think it's really great. So thank you very much.
I have a question regarding a question for you, Leticia. This is regarding the learning pods you were talking about and the children that they serve. So I know that one of the concerns yesterday that was brought up, a common concern, was that some of the parents had opted to keep their children at home because it was just impossible for them to get out of work for that, 2-hour, 2.5-hour time frame, pick them up and then drop them off wherever they needed to go. And I know that if they would have more information on those learning pods or availability, or just know how they could, tap into that resource, they would be more willing to do the going back to live, because definitely they see their children struggling, and they recognize that they need that social, emotional, and just physical, just getting out of the house, and so they really need it. But the main reason that they didn't opt to do that was because of this 2-hour period where some people are they don't have anybody, or they don't have the money to pay anybody, and they themselves can't do that. How?
So I can address that. All of our principals, they have those list of parents who said, well, if I would have access to our learning pods, then they would bring their child in person. The situation here, it's a human capital issue. We don't have enough learning pod supervisors yet to serve. We barely have enough right now to serve, as our MOU states, the children of staff, plus a few at Promise that were already in some of our learning pods. And so I know Jesus, and maybe Jesus, you can help me out here as well. We're working, go ahead, Jesus.
So we are looking at the potential that has come from CDE, the expanded learning that is going to be money that is coming from AB 86 for expanded learning. Of course, it calls for the development of learning pods a la the way that we did back in 2005, that's expanded learning after school programs that would now be transformed into a form that would serve our parents and our students who could stay in our schools, but at the same time could attend the 2.5 hours of the instruction that they get, and then go back to a learning pod. The challenge is to staff those learning pods. And so we have begun to do some training to some of the folks who have come out and say, we would like, and that can be on a learning pod, serving the children with that expanded learning model. But we are work in progress. And it is to reach out to those individuals who could be coming to support us with to staff those learning pods. We have begun training. We have begun with a few people, and that as we evolve into this, President Cortez, that's where we would be looking into using some of that expanded learning AB 86 into, as soon as we possibly can, but into next year as well, should we continue to have expanded learning opportunities.
And this also will include, sorry.
No, but I guess So if I'm hearing it correctly, I mean, it's a matter of just staffing, correct? There are funds and it's, you guys are actively looking for people, correct? Okay.
Mhm.
And even with the staffing, I'm sorry, even with the staffing, what we found out is it could take about 3 to 4 weeks to onboard. So realistically speaking, right now we may have 1 or 2 applicants, and it takes about four, that's what we learned, about 3 to 4 weeks. We may not be like, we may be able to just staff it for the last 2, 3 weeks, but that is why the next presentation is also instrumental in regards to the expanded learning opportunities, because then we would particularly focus on those students and those parents that said, I would have taken my child, but because of the situation I'm in, I couldn't. I don't have a car, or I work, and inviting those families to summer school, because it'll be a continuation of the education. And so we are working very rapidly in trying to get as many people onboarded. We also are working with different partners, our Boys and Girls Club, Champions. It's, I know, another organization that we're trying to bring in on board to help bring those students. So possibly during the month of May, that's where we would look at the list, and the principals, we've talked to all of the principals. They know exactly who those students are because they called, like our community liaisons and our site staff called our families to say, will you be coming in person or staying? And we all have very detailed notes at the sites of which parents are ready to come should we be able to offer a full day program.
Okay, good to know. I guess then my next question, and I guess you already answered it, because so there were a few families in particular, not too many, that said that that was why they chose to stay. But they weren't vocal about it, to the schools, or they didn't, they just, it was more like that's what their truth is, and they didn't say anything, but knowing that there is some sort of, I don't want to say priority, but there is light on the fact that there are students who are waiting, and it's taking a while. Would you recommend that these families um, reach out to the schools and just let them
Yes.
know that, okay, I will make sure that
If you, if of course, and if the community or if anybody hears that there is a family that maybe didn't voice that when they spoke to the administration at their site, they
Mhm.
should let them know that, because as we begin to look at the summer school opportunities, and even in May, if we're currently, as we speak, trying to onboard people. And as we have the spaces selected already, each site has a capacity to add 2 learning pod spaces. At that point, then we would look at that list of parents who did voice that interest in having full day. And yes, so I would suggest, yes, please contact the site principal so that the principal makes a note on their in-person list.
Okay, thank you very much. And then one last question. Has that one of those one of the 4 pillars where it's like the 6 feet, has that changed at all to
Let-
the feet?
If I may, I should speak to this. We heard several weeks ago that the Centers for Disease Control back east were advised 6 feet was no longer the rule. 3 feet would be the rule. I've gotten questions about this. I was talking to press about this today from the Half Moon Bay Review. And then Governor Newsom, some 2 Saturdays ago, I think, basically said, hey, the California Department of Public Health is going to step in and say 3 feet recommended also. We wait on the San Mateo Department of Public Health. And so they have now come out with 3 feet. And so as we discussed when you guys approved the MOU with CUTA, and was that only the last meeting? If you read that MOU carefully, we said that we would come back to the table when conditions change to talk about those changing conditions. I will tell you on a global level, or maybe on a macro level, a county level, most county superintendents in the county are looking to really planning for the fall. We've gotten this far just to get people back, and we've done so much planning. And I just got to thank Leticia and Jesus and the Opening School Steering Committee and the site task forces and the principals and the teachers. Oh my gosh, we've lifted so much to get to here. And then to get this news, oh yeah, not 6 feet, 3 feet. And just now, it will take us a while to respond and to plan, because all those desks that were 6 feet distanced, now they'll have to be measured to 3 feet, or we'll have to look and what can actually fit in classrooms. In the grades K3, it may mean a return, quote unquote, to normal in the fall, but we will have to negotiate that with our bargaining units. And with respect, I say that because I think that's the right thing to do. I would hope that in the fall, we are able to get more toward a semblance of normal. Governor Newsom is saying June 15th is the date and business will be back to normal. They're going to scrap the tier system. We will still have recovery framework, but there will still be rules ahead, and we will still need to take precautions. But as you start to reach herd immunity and more people get vaccinated, I do see and I do hope that we will get back to a semblance of normal, but it will take a lot of planning with our bargaining units. I think the Opening School Steering Committee, our site task forces, we will have to continue to make sure this is okay. And I want to just manage expectations. I don't think we can say, okay, tomorrow we're going to 3 feet. I think we need to, with respect to our practitioners and everybody who's like labored to get to this point, let's ease into this and then hopefully plan for the fall.
Thank you. That makes complete sense. I think it's more of just like acknowledging that it's not a rumor or some people have this information and that information, and just putting it out there and explaining why we are or we're not doing it. I think sometimes that helps a lot, just communicating more than anything, and giving our perspective or the district's perspective. So thank you for doing that.
And Sean, is it also my understanding also from a call with San Mateo County this morning, is there's a complexity in terms of Cal OSHA has not yet updated their guidance as per the 6 feet to 3 feet, because I agree with everything that you said. And on top of that, there's the two guidances we've got to, well, multiple, right? Because also San Mateo County Health, that gets all of those three gets summarized in the pandemic framework, which is more of a tool than a guidance per se, because it reflects the other guidances. But I think when you have another state agency with authority over what we do and how we do it, that's something that needs to be considered too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nested problem.
Yeah.
I think is how they would
complicated
in political science, right? It's like you have the feds, you have the state, you have the county, you have the county Department of Public Health, the county Office of Education. Then you have the board, who has local control. Everybody should remember, since Horace Mann in the 1800s, local control is the way that schools are governed. You are the elected representatives. You make the decisions. So I was always very clear, in negotiations with our bargaining units, let's just make sure we understand this. I don't say when we come back. They can't say when we come back. The board tells us when we go back. We've given you recommendations based on a very democratic process that includes our employees, that includes our parent representatives, but it also has all these regulatory functions, the state, the feds, the county, and you're bringing up the OSHA, I'm forgetting that acronym right now, but health.
Occupational health, I think, something.
Another
acronym.
Safety and Health Administration, right? I think it is. I was going to ask Kim because she's a federal employee. She probably would know that acronym better than I would. But so OSHA, yeah, there's that thing. And then the other thing about the 6 foot, 3 foot, just sorry to go wonky on this, is we can get to the point where maybe we're going to get 3 feet distance for desks, but there's still going to be a 6 foot distance for adults. And there's still going to be a 6 foot distance for food, like when you take a mask off to eat. So there's a lot of work ahead to say, okay, 3 feet here, 6 feet here. Maybe in the summer that'll change. Maybe herd immunity comes, maybe more and more people get vaccinated, but this is a moving target for us and has been since a year ago.
So I could add. I was just gonna just point out how I think Mary Beth's point earlier about how complicated all this stuff is, and it seems like a simple thing to just make a change overnight. And clearly we've seen, and I know I've heard from people that were involved in the Opening School Steering Committee, it's like it does involve a lot of discussion and collaboration, and thinking about unintended consequences and, as much as we can, and that said, I'm just amazed by how much has been done in such a short period of time and how smoothly it's going. Like, clearly there are bumps, and I appreciate, I will quote the sage, John Nazar, as well as I attended many meetings this week as a parent with wellness committee meetings and back to school stuff. But just in terms of remembering how important it is, this is big, it's new, it's innovative. We need to be patient. We need to kind of understand and work together and prioritize what's most important in terms of safety, not just in terms of COVID, but emotional safety of our students and one another. And this is a step forward, again, as I said earlier, in our next stage of metamorphosis or revolution, as the biologist in me, I guess, can't help but think about. So it's been such a huge endeavor, and it's going to be messy, but that's how you learn, right? We don't learn when everything's neat and order and tidy and perfect, and we're not really doing anything new and improved. So I'm really grateful for all the work that the team has done to that regard.
I'd like to add that while I appreciate the complexities, I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into our plan, and that we're moving forward with getting kids back on campus. I do think it's wise to continue to look to those schools who have opened back up and look at what's happening. And so, it's paying attention not only in obviously we're going to pay attention to San Mateo County, but knowing schools in Arizona that opened back up and then had to close down because they had surges, they learned from that. And so they're literally middle school, high school, back to school and campus, and they're not finding exposure so much in school. There's occasional quarantine for a family member, but the exposures are outside of the school. So they've actually quite successfully fully loaded classrooms, kids passing in the halls. I mean, they have safety protocols, but in terms of distancing, far less requirements than what we're living to with the 4 pillars, and they're being successful. So as we look forward to next year, this MOU expires at the end of the year. I don't know what's supposed to happen for next year, but in reality, I think we've made decisions from month to month. We're going to have a different set of circumstances as we move through the summer and open up. And so I'm going to trust that process, even with all the road bumps.
I think, Kim, that's that's important. Look, we have to trust the process. We have to go through it. There's a lot of people who, I think it's human nature to say, well, we should have done this, or we should have done this, or look what they did. But I will say that the recent email we got from Nancy McGee in the County Office of Education, 61% of schools in the county are now open. So we're in the right percentage of that. We're in the right 2/3 of that. We're starting to do that. But you're right. I mean, Michigan has had some setbacks, right? Michigan has had a surge, and they've shown that actually schools have become concerns for them. We need to be vigilant. We need to follow the 4 pillars. We need to be safe. And I think, in many ways, people will maybe accuse us of being too conservative in this. I do want to say that we've done so knowing that the stakes are pretty high as far as health and safety. So I think for the health of the community, the health of the coast side, the health of families here, the health of our employees, the health of our students, I think that's been heartening. Other areas, even in North County of San Mateo, have had, more urban areas have had a harder time of it. And in the East Bay, you're seeing statistics about many families not wanting to come back because they are still concerned. I think it's important for us to continue listening. I think it's important for us to be compassionate and to keep hearing. And I think it's important for us to keep working through the process and know that it's not perfect. It is messy, as you mentioned, Sophia. I mean, that's a scientist's thinking is, learning happens from mistakes, but we don't want to make certain mistakes. We want to really think through things. So it's a process. And I do want to say that I think it has been really heartening to see the Opening School Steering Committee, the task forces, our employees. Really, we've developed through this crisis an opportunity for us to work to talk about major issues that are high stakes with the community. We haven't done that here in the board. We've done that distributed. And I think that's very important. I often describe the schools as self-organizing in some ways. I want the schools to be able to make decisions that affect them. And I do also want us to have a guiding principle and to have some vision that we can help coach them toward goals. But at the end of the day, it's been very useful for us to have families and staff working together to say, this is what makes sense for us.
I'll just add, Sean, I think that's a great example of kind of what I had in mind earlier, thinking through, like, we need to have these conversations about reflecting back and say what worked really well, because that's one of my observations as well, is having that cross-functional team decision-making process with sub-teams at each site, handling what's specific to their site. I think that's something that was really novel for us in this district and worked really, really well. And I'm just hearing that from a lot of other people that, that's been going well. And I can see that as well, that the decisions don't come to us to figure out, but that it's community-based and community-driven.
It should, policy typically, and we've talked about servant leadership before. I mean, policy really should be driven by the impacts it will have on the people who will be impacted by it, right? So if it's user-centered design, that has worked for us. I want to thank Jesus and Leticia, all the parents, all the employees on the Opening School Steering Committee. And I think it was my sort of push to say, we've got to get more people on the committee. And I know that made it very hard to have that many people on a committee sometimes. Sometimes I resist that too. But Leticia and Jesus, I know that parents on that committee have talked to me about how important that is and how they've said, wow, this would be a great way for us to tackle other decisions. I know that the Opening School Steering Committee will morph into more parent engagement for curricular, for LCAP, for the work that Jesus is doing with the Budget Committee, the work that Freya and Lizette are doing with the Environmental Committee. The more we can work as a community and the more we get other voices in, I think it's better for our process. I do, to Kim's point.
One quick, I know we should move on, but one last question or clarification. Is there lunch being provided for CUNY students?
For CUNY students?
Yes.
Oh.
The schedule that they have, there is feeding for the cohort in the morning and then in the afternoon as well. Yes, so I'll share that with you tomorrow, how that exactly that is.
Okay, thank you, because there was concern and they were saying that there was no lunch or meals. So, okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. We ready to move along to our next information item, which is J, overview of summer school for 2021.
Yes, thank you. And Rosie, I believe Debbie may be. Oh, there she is. Thank you. And do you mind presenting the slideshow? Thank you. Hi, Debbie. So here tonight we have a quick informational summer school update where we're going to present what we feel is the Tesla of the summer school programs this year for Cabrillo. We'll continue with Big Lift, so Debbie will share that information. Again, this is Debbie Silveria. She's wearing a different hat today as our summer school leader who will support us in organizing and designing our summer school. We'll give you an overview of ESY and a new component of our special education program, Summer Skills Program, Summer STEAM, which is a new program here at Cabrillo, migrant education, and high school. If you don't mind moving to the next slide, Rosie. So here you're going to have a projected enrollment, it's estimated. And if you start to here on the left side, you'll see the big lift, and we have great news. Thanks to Debbie's leadership, we were able to convince our San Mateo County partners that Cabrillo really needs another site to serve our big lift students. So every single year we've only served 2 cohorts of, I mean, back then it was more students, but 14 students, and that recently changed. So actually the total goal might be a little bit over, might be closer to 600. The big lift has now changed their per classroom ratio from 12 to 14, and they added another site. So that's wonderful news. And thank you, Debbie, for that. We have, we're calling this program our Summer STEAM Academy. It will serve students rising 4th through rising 8th. And we're hoping to start small this year because it is our first year with 2 cohorts of 14 students in each grade. And again, Debbie has partnered with our Boys and Girls Club, and we are, the Summer STEAM program is designed in the morning, and in the afternoon, our Boys and Girls Club will join us. I'll give you more information on that when we get to that slide. For our migrant education students, we'll be serving 2 cohorts of 14 students. At the high school, approximately 112 students, credit recovery, PE, and transitional classes. And the last but not least program is the extended school year and summer skills for our students whose IEP states that the child needs that extended school year in order to make sure that the student reaches their IEP goals. Summer skills are for students who with IEPs but may not be eligible for ESY. Thank you. And so if you don't mind moving to the next slide, Rosie, I believe the next slide is Big Lift. And thank you, Debbie, for being here tonight to give us an overview of this amazing program in partnership with the County Office of Ed and Silicon Valley Community Foundation.
Okay, so we are excited to be hosting the Big Lift Inspiring Summer Program for rising kindergarten through 3rd grade scholars at El Granada and Hatch Elementary Schools. In partnership with the San Mateo County Libraries, the program boosts academics and social skills and includes reading, art projects, science, mindfulness, as well as fun and games. All classes will have COVID-19 safety measures in place. There will be smaller class sizes of 14 and 8 classes at each site, which means 2 for each grade level. There is an income criteria to qualify for Big Lift Inspiring Summer Program, which is scheduled for June 14th through July 16th, 2021, from 8:00 a.m. to 3:00 p.m. And all scholars will be fed breakfast, lunch, and snacks.
Thank you, Debbie. Do you mind moving on to the next slide, Rosie? Because so this is it's kind of like an overview of the morning session. And this morning session is basically, oh, this is important to know, right, Debbie, that Debbie is the facilitator at the top, kind of like the overall principal. But each Big Lift program will have a full-time principal, a full-time teacher on special assignment, which we call academic coaches.
Yes.
And the next slide, please. And this is our PM session, where again, we're partnering with our Boys and Girls Club to provide enrichment and mindfulness, SEL growth, literacy opportunities for our students in the, I'm sorry, this is not Boys and Girls Club.
It's San Mateo County Libraries, yes. And the facilitators will be, yes.
Thank you.
Leading these, yes.
And
the enrichment.
Thank you. And the next slide, Rosie. Thank you. And so this program, our ESY and summer skills, every year we do serve an extended school year for students who qualify through their IEP, pre-K through 12th grade. And so we'll continue to serve that group at the various sites. New to our special education summer school is a summer skills program built to serve students who have IEPs, but students that may not qualify for ESY, but still need that extra push, in particular this year, where students have been learning remotely. This will include curriculum, standards-based curriculum, as well as SEL and enrichment activities in order to meet the students' both academic and social need. The next slide, Rosie. Summer STEAM program. So we are looking at serving a STEAM program at the Cunha Boys and Girls Club and Hatch Elementary School. Next slide. So each cluster in the morning would be led by a Cabrillo Unified School District summer school teacher. We are looking right now at an engaging summer STEAM curriculum that will be used to create a rigorous student-centered project-based learning in the morning. Lessons would be focused on math, language arts, and arts and the arts, both whole group and small group. We are also looking at partnering with Arts Ed Matters to serve the arts portion of the morning session. So the morning session would be approximately 4 hours, and 2 of those hours would be focused on STEAM. The other 2 hours would be focused on the VAPA piece, visual arts and performing arts. And so to me, this is very close to my heart because many of our students who are at Promise may not have the funds to pay for these intense camps that may cost $2,000 per student for a week. We've seen that over and over. And this program will instead bring those camps to our students so the students can experience that camp type feeling here within our school sites. And so, yes, it is going to be a very engaging program. I do have to say that we did implement this program in South San Francisco, and we did win an award of the Golden Bell through California School Boards Association for just being able to bring those enriching lessons to students. And again, this would, the 2 groups that we're looking at partnering with come with professional development, come with actual curriculum, lessons, and in hands-on activities that we hope to capture over the summer so that we can share with you. And hopefully at that time, they will allow some volunteers or visitors. We would love to have you see this program once we implement it this summer. And this would be the morning session. The next slide, Rosie, is the PM session. And during the afternoon session, we are looking into, again, making it a full day activity for our students. And in the afternoon, we would again serve lunch and then hand off safely our students to either Boys and Girls Club or Champions to ensure that they also get involved with extracurricular activities, STEAM, SEL, and organized sports. So it will be a full day for our children in 4 through 8. The next slide, Rosie. Migrant education. So here in migrant education, we do have the language that is provided to our migrant education partners in Santa Clara, where per the migrant ed policy, we must be able to provide these 2 claims and teach these during the summer. And they're listed here. In English language arts, the skills of writing, word meaning, understanding. This includes writing central ideas. And in writing, particularly expose our children to expository, narrative, and persuasive writing, which are directly linked to Common Core. Using rubrics to self-grade, so similar to our AVID model, giving tools so that students understand how to self-improve and self-grade, and also culturally relevant topics that involve reading expository texts. but I did want to clarify that this program will be serving students in the afternoons, more like 3 to 5-ish, I believe. And during this time, it not only will be academic, because we do know that if we offer the same type of instructional program to students in the summer, we're trying to change things up. This is what we're going to thread into activities that are science-based, project-based, to make this fun for our students. And it will include some exposure to some visual arts and performing arts, as well as exposures to some science-based projects. Thank you. And the next slide. And as we're moving to the next slide, I did want to say that for migrant education, it has to be over and above. And so the reason why we have to offer it between 3 to 6 is that some of these students may be part of, let's say, the STEAM program or the high school program. And so we want to make sure that we don't withhold a child to participate in migrant when they would have qualified to participate in the other amazing programs as well. And for Half Moon Bay High School, we definitely have been in contact with our high school counselors, Mr. Boyson, Mr. Nazar, Ms. Tower, and we do have definitely more students that are in need of credit recovery. And right now we're estimating 96, although the need is much greater than this. We are estimating 96. I know, Debbie, you have talked about already filling the positions for a credit recovery program. That's wonderful news to hear. We also plan on incorporating a bridge program for our rising 9th graders, our current 8th graders. And these would be serving our at-promise students in making sure that they have those foundational skills in math and ELA in order to be successful when they start school next year. Another, I guess, and it's the same thing that we were discussing earlier, Freya, and I believe it was Kim and Sophia, about the fact that this whole year in this growth mindset, we've learned how to really think outside the box, but we also have learned areas of growth. What we learned this year with the just shelter in place and the remote learning is that many students did not pass physical education for whichever reason. And so we have such a large number of students that need to make up PE. We are going to offer a couple of physical education classes for focusing on sophomores who are at promise to ensure that they make up that credit so that when we start next year, they don't have any credits that they have to make up. And I believe that is the end, right, Rosie? Or are we missing one more?
I thought that was the end too.
Yes, there we go. And that's in a nutshell. Any questions?
Wow. I'm amazed. I mean, you're right when you said the Tesla of summer school, 600 students. How many do you usually serve? How many have we done in the past?
Debbie, last year wasn't,
it was like 200, I feel like. Wasn't it like 196?
Wow. Yeah, I can't
remember. It's never been this, but we've never had 4 credit recovery classes. We used to have 2, and last year was the first time we had 3.
Okay.
And the big lift, we're doubling. Now, here is the caveat here. The caveat, this is what we wish to have, and we always tend to reach for the moon, right? We always want to go there. So Debbie has sent an email to promote the positions, and we're hoping to be able to hire the staff. One, I know that right now, as Jesus mentioned, with the expanded learning fund, all of our categoricals and big lift, we do feel that that most of the summer school program will be served through categoricals and grants. But right now, this, again, similar thing is the staffing. We do have great news that tomorrow, we have a meeting with USF with a classroom of master's levels educators who may be interested. They have to give 150 hours of public school service. Their class happens to be in the summer at the same time that we're giving summer school. And so I know that Mr. Owens and his team has prepared us well with a PowerPoint. Jesus and Debbie and myself will be presenting to try to recruit in case that we, of course, we will always give priority to our Cabrillo Unified School District teachers, but in case we need a little extra, we're starting to recruit educators as well. And hey, maybe they'll just stay with our district.
Just a notion about that. AB 86, we do not know yet if it is going to be treated as a categorical, the funds that have been promised, or they're going to be part of our 21-22 fiscal allocation. So we know that we have the funding, that it is for this purpose, but how it is going to be playing out in the bigger picture, fiscal picture, it's still up to the May revised. But definitely it is the right funds to use on this.
Yes, and that expanded learning, the one Jesus is talking about, it does need, the plan needs to be board approved, and we'll bring that back in May.
Yeah. Thank you.
When we get more information, right, Jesus? We'll get more information
right.
on that.
At the May meeting, there will be more. We're thinking that we'll get allocations by May 15 of those, the first one of the AB $86. So we'll bring more information to you to the May meeting as to how this is shaping up. But it's definitely dollars that we could use for this endeavor.
I just want to make just a really quick comment just to emphasize what Leticia, you said earlier, kind of subtly. Small but mighty. Thank you. This is like relatively small district, right? I like to think of us as just right size, but super mighty, and to be able to serve double or triple the number of students, even to aspire to do that, knowing and to tap all the opportunities for partnering. Again, it's that partnership that Sean referred to earlier that undergirds everything that we do. That's how it makes it even possible, right? Like you can even talk about tripling, like if you just did everything the way we always did it in the past. But the way you guys are partnering and working together and like dreaming big, that's how you get big, right? You dream it and then you get creative, you get there. And I'm so grateful for you both, and all three of you with Jesus and Leticia and Debbie at the helm of this effort, and everyone that's participating in this again. Thanks.
I just want to appreciate Debbie. When I came to the district a year and a half ago, or summer of 2019, I think, Debbie, you were the first instruction that I saw in the district at El Granada Elementary School during a Big Lift program. Phenomenal. You singing songs to the kids in the morning just broke my heart, or lifted my heart. Debbie, how long have you been working, doing this kind of work in the summer now?
Ever since I started. So I've been with the district 20 years and I've worked every summer. So before Big Lift, it was First Five. It was a different grant. It was the tobacco tax grant. Yeah.
So bless you, Debbie.
I know Lizette from summer. I see her. I used to see her every summer. Yes. And her daughter.
Fabulous.
Thank you. Yes. And thank
Yes,
you for all the great work.
Debbie moves mountains, and we're blessed for you, Debbie. Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for, go ahead, Priya.
Just real quick, I want to reiterate the thanks to Debbie and to Leticia and to Jesus and Debbie for all of your years of enthusiasm and support. And I just want to, you answered my question about the funding with the AB 86, so that was one of my questions. The other part, I just want to say, I really, really love the integration of the art and the VAPA and the science into what you're doing. And I just think that, and I know that Kim will probably reiterate this as well, but not having it after as something else, but bringing it together to make the kids excited about it. So that just, when you started explaining that, it just made me so happy. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to say too that, partnering with the organizations, it's also partnering with them for funds too. So you're also bringing a lot of money into our district to help kids. So I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. And it's we definitely are not surprised to see that there will be a need, but it is surprising to see that you guys have done all this great work with organizations and partnering and whatnot to have that high aspirational goal of over close to 600 kids. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it, because you better believe it, my daughter probably will be there. It's okay though. um, and then moving, I think everybody, are we ready to move on? Yes? We're gonna move on to next item. Thank you, Debbie, for being here. Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And then we're on to item 5K, approval of job description for new student data system coordinator, systems administrator, and a system support specialist. Dr. McFetrich.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through a presentation on this. Everybody, the public and the board have access to this. This is ostensibly a reorganization, a reclassification of some job descriptions that were worked through with CSEA, our classified union representatives, and with us as a district. Jason Owens worked with that to negotiate this. This has been a long time coming. When we had last year, when we had such a dire budget crisis, we did not hire back for one position. And what that meant was, particularly in time of COVID, that we had certain employees who wound up doing above and beyond, and they were out of class because, we cut that position. We didn't rehire that position. And then COVID happened, and we realized that these people were working out of class, and now things are different, and we were able to negotiate these so that we're not hiring a new person back in that position that we'd cut, but we are reclassifying these others. We did work with CSEA. They did agree with it. You have the materials there. These are new job descriptions to basically reflecting new needs. It does wind up costing the district a little bit more, but not as much as it would be to hire another employee. And I think the delta is probably about $30,000 as opposed to what would be probably $100,000 to hire another employee. So CSEA worked with us, negotiated with us. We think this is going to work, and we think this is probably the beginning of what we will need to look at now, piece by piece, whether it's custodial, maintenance, cuts that have been made back to 2012 that now in a different financial position, we think we'll be able to take care of employees and staff appropriately. I know several of you have talked about this before. We have needs and we have to fill those needs. And so these job descriptions represent a way to fill those needs in what we think is a cost-effective and efficient manner. But it will cost us more money, but we agree to it. The union agrees to it. You would have to approve these job descriptions tonight, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. And thank you for, slowly but surely showing that we are trying to do the right thing. And it's not going to happen overnight, but recognizing that there are things that need to be changed and fixed. And this is, once again, leading us to the right direction. Do I have a motion to approve?
We have a comment on this item. Should we do the comment first or should we do the motion?
Oh, it wasn't on the other item? It wasn't on L?
L, yes.
Oh, this is K. This is K.
You're on
Oh,
K.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm like, I
Oh,
messed
yes.
up again.
Sorry. Yes, it's L.
No. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, and see that if there's no more comments, are we on agreement to move on to roll call? Okay. Will you do roll call?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Next is item 5L, approval of increase to non-bargaining unit hourly salary schedule. Dr. McFetrich.
So we talked about this at the last meeting, and I talked about it at the top of the hour, and it has been reported in the Half Moon Bay Review. I did say at the last meeting that once we got the unrepresented full-time employees taken care of, that we would bring this back. I do want to appreciate Lisa Schick, who emailed me I don't know, several Sundays ago and asked if I could have a meeting, and we met with her and Paul Harrison on Wednesday. I do want to thank Kate Livingston, who emailed the board. Um, uh, and I've heard this from several people. We do need to make this approval. We want to recommend an approval to the increase to the non-bargaining unit hourly salary schedule. It's our way to take care of the family. The 3% increase compounded over 3 years, as was applied to unrepresented management to get them caught up. That basically gets caught up. And to the point, it does lift everybody above $15 an hour minimum wage. I do know that Paul Harrison and I have had a couple discussions, and I appreciate his advocacy for his blue team colleagues and in general for unrepresented hourly. And I do agree with him that we need to make this change. And we think that this is a step in the right direction. By Paul and his colleagues joining CSEA, then they can get representation. I would hope that in the future, maybe next year, we would do a job study to start looking at CSEA employees and to look at unrepresented hourly to make sure that we can look at comparables and benchmark to other districts. These are our lowest paid employees. The hourly employees historically are the lowest paid employees. It's not something we're proud about, but it is kind of the way the industry and the sector rolls. But this does provide them all with a little over 9% raise on that hourly rate and gets everybody above the local ordinance. Again, I said that we don't have to follow the local ordinance, but I think we should. And you've heard my value that we want to take care of the whole family. So we would recommend approval of this. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. McFetrich. As I look at the other trustees nodding their heads, I know this was something we pretty much were in agreement to doing. So putting it in paper and having it just be on paper and passed and done the right and proper way says pretty much everything. So do I have a motion to approve this agenda item?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
And before we go on to any of the board comments, Rosie, do we have that live public comment?
Yes, it's Paul Harrison. I'm gonna move him to the screen.
Thank you. Paul, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Oh, great. You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. All right. I just wanted to say, hi, I'm Paul Harrison. I'm a noon duty supervisor of 7 years at Hatch Elementary. I'd like to quickly thank the board as well as Kate Livingston, Lisa Schick, Sarah Wright of the Half and Bay Review, and Sean McFetrich for their time and effort in getting Agenda L on the books. While I haven't especially enjoyed the journey to get this specific issue dealt with, I am grateful that the item is here before us tonight. Being a yard duty at Hatch is an amazing job. How many jobs do people have where they receive countless spontaneous high fives? How many of you are lucky enough to enter a schoolyard and have hundreds of kids chant your name? It's something I treasure. It's very rewarding to do my small part in the education process in the community I love and live in. It's really an honor. While we have an item here before you that could bring our pay to or slightly above Half and Bay's minimum wage, that has not been our objective. Our objective since August has been to get our position a competitive starting hourly rate, a proper pay structure, and an accurate job description. Apparently, this cannot be adequately achieved or addressed without union representation, a job study, or without the consideration of other unrepresented employees. However, the district can create positions like the pod supervisor position without any job studies or consideration for other unrepresented employees. This position has no more requirements or responsibilities than ours and carries less duties as well. But yet it pays $18 an hour. When I spoke to Sean McFetrich about this discrepancy, he welcomed me and my colleagues to apply for that job, or if I didn't like my current pay, I could apply for any other position. In November, Cabrillo did offer 2 to 3 pod supervisor positions to all blue team members. These positions were quickly filled by two of my colleagues. Shockingly, we discovered that while two of my colleagues were getting paid $13 an hour, people freshly hired off the streets were getting $18 an hour for the exact same job. After our discovery, this was rectified and all pod supervisors were making $18, but only as a result of our persistence. To this day, I do not believe any back pay has been recouped. I hear terms like bringing to the family and equal treatment for all, but when push comes to shove, it really doesn't feel like these terms apply to us. We as yard duties have been overlooked for far too long. We no longer care to exist in the cracks and afterthoughts of Cabrillo. It's long overdue that this district step up and do what's right for its loyal, hardworking, dedicated frontline employees. People like Aurora Gutierrez, Lily Monroy, Maria Gutierrez, Lisa Schick, Verena Ahumada, Shelpa Odedra, Martha Villegas, who, by the way, has worked for Cabrillo for 20 plus years, as well as myself. Again, thank you for your time and consideration regarding this agenda item, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your words.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'd give you a high five.
I appreciate that.
But
Thank you.
a virtual one. Thank you. Any comments or?
I have a question. I went through and saw all the different hourly rates. And so this would adjust, are these hourly rates then just fixed until we would adjust it again? Or do we have any like longevity steps in there?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Paul and I have discussed that, and that would be an aim for Paul, which would be, he mentioned he and another colleague have been doing this for some time. And I've mentioned this, just talked about this with Stig and CSEA, and I'm not negotiating away from the table, but Paul and I have discussed this too. And it was reported in the Half Moon Bay Review. I'm not really comfortable with negotiating with individuals. It's kind of considered bad form in my role, right? But if they join CSEA, then they'll have representation, and then we can discuss, as Paul mentioned, a job description, and then potentially looking at longevity pay, because we do want to recruit and retain employees. It is often the case in school districts that hourly employees, because they are often not union represented, don't get that kind of look. So I would think that we would do a job study, and CSEA would begin to negotiate, and we would look at to sort of say, would we reward employees that stay longer? Because for an employee to be in year one and make $15 an hour, and to be in year 7 and make $15 an hour, something wrong with that picture. I take the point.
But do we have to force them into being it with CSEA or CSEA absorbing these roles?
It's difficult.
We as a board, do we have any latitude to set policy to say if someone is at an hourly rate that we,
So there's two things. One thing that I said at the last meeting, or not the special meeting, but the last regular meeting, was I would like to establish a resolution for this board whereby anytime that there's a increase given to unrepresented full-time, that we then just make it a policy decision of the board that you can change at any time, that our stance is we take care of all unrepresented. There's that, so that we guarantee, because Paul and I did discuss how this has been a long time and it's erratic. When we looked at the pay, it seems like, okay, this was adjusted on this date. This was adjusted on this date. I would like to make it so that we just have that. So Kim, yes, we could do that. The problem that we have, and why I told the Half Moon Bay Review that I was reticent, reluctant to negotiate with individuals or with the board, is that the board is not in a purview in a governance team to negotiate with anybody. The staff, you assign staff to do that. And so my goal would be that, first of all, we believe it or not, I'm pro-union. So I'm glad that it's potentially the case that CSEA is going to take on these folks because they'll get benefits, rights, and they can have advocacy, right? And protections that are in a contract as contracted employees. But with hourly, yeah, we could look at it, but I don't think that's, personally, I think it's better to do it through the union auspices because negotiating with individuals is kind of a no-no for superintendents and management.
Okay, I just feel like that there's got to be.
But didn't they already approve to go in the union, right? Didn't we hear somebody say that earlier? So it's kind of, I think it sounds like we have a clear path forward, right? Where I think we're all on board. It sounds like the decision was made, I guess.
Well, that's not all hourly employees. That's
for the noon supervisors, right? Right.
Which seems some, but I'm just saying for us as a board, we could establish a practice or I mean, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, they'll get a raise, you know, when we move the whole CSEA or CUTA, you know, we'll take care of the whole family. But if that only happens every couple of years, I mean, it's not, I don't know. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm getting a little punchy, but I'm just feeling like there could be, it bothers me that there's not some incremental, like for at least 5 years, some, you know, longevity reward there.
And it would be my goal that, and Paul and I have discussed this, and I think we share that goal, that, and you know, that they explore that with CSEA, should they join CSEA, because again, negotiating that, how would I begin to negotiate that with one class of hourly employee and not all of them? To be fair,
right,
we have to treat everybody. I mean, it's not an equity argument. It's a fairness and parity argument.
Right. It's just that understanding of general cost of living and being in the Bay Area. So,
right.
I mean,
but I'll just,
maybe what Kim's trying to say though is that as a board, we could discuss in the future, the staff come back to us with a presentation on how should we deal in general with all of our hourly employees. We're not necessarily talking about the noon supervisors right now. We're talking about all of them because there were many more on that list.
That's right.
And we could then direct staff to say, we would like you to look into, for all of them, some kind of pay increase when we have increases and maybe some kind of schedule and you guys would do the research on what that means and what that, I think that I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Kim, but I'm trying to condense what you're saying so that we're not negotiating with any individual, but we are as a district establishing policy on how we want to deal with our employees that is then implemented by our staff.
I get that. And I would think
work
that
for a fast food company. I mean, it's like, I don't want to be in a position where we have to like negotiate with every single employee or deal with performance reviews for all hourly employees. But my point is for longevity, for that commitment. I feel like if we don't do that, you know,
I would just summarize, like, I mean, just because I'm sensitive to time and our agendas, like, I would look to staff to make a recommendation for any general guidances they want to have around hourly employees, because it sounds like there's a separate path forward for the yard duties, the elementary school yard duties. I think it's just elementary, right? Or is it?
I think Freya said it right.
Well, no,
Sophia,
well, there's not a right and a wrong, right? It's just an opinion. And my recommendation would be to not get too into the weeds on the operational stuff ourselves, but to really look to the district to make a recommendation what we, you know, should do around the hourly staff, the hourly staff as a group.
It's one thing to have a recommendation, but it's also, this is the time, this is our only opportunity to talk about values. And I just wanted to say, I'm one board member with a value of, this is a missing piece in our policy. That's it.
And Sophia, to your point, it could influence if they decide to go with CSEA, depending on what our policy might be. Maybe they wouldn't, you know, so to talk about that, we might do that, might influence their decision.
All I would say about this is this. I think it would be important for us to have a logical, rational I hate to say it, bureaucratic way to go forward where staff could make recommendations to reach a board value of treating people fairly, of rewarding people for longevity to retain those employees. I told Lisa Schick and Paul Harrison when I met with them, we need you, we want you, we couldn't do the work without you. We actually have a problem hiring noon supervisors at El Granada and Fair Lawn View. So the blue team is like emblematic of like, that's a great team. We need them, we want them, and we want to do them right. My commitment was to try to apply this, and Lisa Schick, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give the conversation away. She referred to it as a Band-Aid. She said, okay, you're gonna fix this and put a Band-Aid on it, but what about the go forward? What I would suggest is the next step for us would be to have a resolution that anytime unrepresented management or unrepresented staff full-time get an increase, we say that that will apply to unrepresented hourly. So there's parity. And then I think the next step would be to talk about, could we look at ways to retain and reward longevity? But I would say that it's probably—
Perhaps we could couple those.
Yeah, but it probably, well, if you want to accelerate the process, I just want to manage expectations. It would take long because we need to look at what other districts do, and we would have to check the legality of it. And again, this is the beauty of a union, right? The beauty of a union is you sit down with representation and negotiate with attorneys present usually, and make sure that it's legal. The problem that we have here that is weird, of course, is that unrepresented hourly are not necessarily union represented. And so I think this would be something for us to discuss probably in a closed session under negotiations as a value proposition. And then I could get direction from the board, and then I could let our staff know what our process would be going forward.
Completely agree. I think that that's a good point. And if no one has any other comments,
I just say, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to Band-Aid it for now, but I'd like to keep our eye on this one and think more about it.
Yeah, we could definitely bring it up tomorrow and talk about it.
I do want to thank, I'm just so sorry about this. I want to thank Paul and Lisa for meeting with me. And I do want to thank the people that have written in about this. And I do want to thank them for their advocacy and their patience. And I do appreciate Paul's candor. I mean, he and I had a candid conversation where, hey, this is what I think I can do. And he said, I don't think that's good enough. And I said, okay, let's work on that. So I do appreciate it. And I appreciate their advocacy for some of our least paid and I would say most deserving employees. To the point of the pod supervisor, I'll just say that the pod supervisors were created during a pandemic, and we benchmark that hourly based on the Boys and Girls Club pod supervisor rate. So going forward, we might have to like set that rate too. But again, it's not my job to, it will have to be my job to figure out what's fair and how to make it fair.
Thank you. Are we ready for a roll call? Rosie, could you do roll call, please?
Lisette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is 5M.
And just for the records, I think I got skipped there. I'll just say aye.
Oh, Sophia. Yes,
That's okay.
sorry.
Next item is 5M, approval of construction project at El Granada Elementary School and Half Moon Bay High School. Dr. McFetrich, would you introduce?
Yes, our colleagues from Quattrochi, Kwok and Associates are here tonight. Mark Quattrochi and Lyanne Schuster, thank you for joining us. I'm just going to preface this and give people history on this a little bit. Mark, thank you. Lyanne, thank you for being this late. I told you 9 p.m. and it's 9:12. I apologize. I just want to preface this. We've been through this. We talked about this last year about needing a facilities master plan. We engaged that work. We went to Fair Lawn View. We went to El Granada. Lyanne had follow-ups. And then the board directed us last June I believe it was, to look at Half Moon Bay High School. We brought this information back to you, and we know that the community is looking to get some work done on our schools that need it the most, namely the schools to the north, El Granada, Farallon View. Tonight, they'll be presenting on El Granada and Half Moon Bay High School in particular, because we know that there's still this outlying question that's come up about, is there going to be a consolidation of schools? I don't want to opine on that right now. I want to be very neutral. But what they're bringing tonight is a path forward so that you don't paint yourself in a corner. We know we got to get some work started. We heard that very clear. Mary Beth said this very clearly at the last time that QKA came. We need to get some work started. We know there's work to be done at the high school. We know there's work to be done at El Granada and Farallon View. But this is a path forward so that we could make a start. And I think everybody knows that it's El Granada and Half Moon Bay High School that we're presenting on, because we think that's a way to do this logically in case the consolidation question needs to be explored. That way we're not painting ourselves in a corner. And if we need to consolidate, we could look at that. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll let Lyanne and Mark take it away.
Thank you for having us. The good news is we'll be quicker than we usually are. So given the late hour, we'll do our best to stay on topic. Thank you, Sean. That was a great introduction. It's quite right. We are here to focus on the task you gave us previously. If I could have the next slide, please. So as Sean shared, we have shared with you in previous board meetings. If I can go to the next slide. I'll keep going.
There we go.
No problem. Just as a brief recap of work, we of course have met with you several times on different master planning options, but the task before us at the last meeting was looking at the recommended scheme, the recommended master plan for the schools. How could we productively move forward? And as Dr. Perfectors just described, in a way that doesn't paint you in a corner and leaves you the options and the time you need to study consolidation. And that led us all quickly to El Granada. So what we'll be presenting to you today is looking first at El Granada and how we would move forward with a project. And Lyanne's going to describe that and the work she did with staff. And then she's also going to take a slight deviation to show, should you choose consolidation, how we've not painted you into a corner and how that could continue to happen. So you can rest assured moving forward with this, that you'll have the opportunity to make that decision without painting yourself in a corner. And then likewise, based on the full recommendations for work to be done ultimately for the high school, what would that first project look like? And the last thing I want to say before I turn this over to Lyanne is I want to remind us this is at master plan level. So when we show you these diagrams, these are way we test sites. Our hope is that you approve these phase 1 projects. I want to put the board's mind at ease that you will be involved at every twist and turn during design. We will be working with the design committee, showing a variety of options to ensure that we think about things such as views and the relationship to neighbors. So just don't want anyone to think that the diagram that we're showing is set in stone. Rather, it shows that we can proceed with a design phase of which the board will have a great deal of input. With that, Lyanne, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great. Okay, so next slide, please. So at El Granada, this is familiar to everybody. We looked at some of the major issues at El Granada were seen to be, just to remind you from last year, the main issues were identified as the classrooms, particularly the portable classrooms, which are beyond their useful life, and they're just generally in poor condition. And the second, one of the other major issues was the multi-purpose room, which now it's inadequate for the school use, both in terms of size and just in function. The shape of it doesn't allow for using it for a lot of the purposes that it is intended for. So as Sean and Mark both said, we presented options, or they referred to, we presented some options back in January for the master plan based on revised demographics, and we even considered an option for consolidation. Since then, we were asked to, as was mentioned, identify projects that the district could proceed with while keeping master plan options open. Next slide. So we met with the El Granada staff to get input on their priorities, all the while asking them to keep within the confines of the master plan options. And they were pretty unanimous. They were unanimous that the most important and highest priority project would be the classrooms, in specific the classes that are housed in those portables. Next slide. So the desire was for a new classroom building, which aligns with what works best for architects and for the construction process. Actually, it minimizes the impact of the construction projects on the site. So this is what that would look like. This shows in the red dashed line, this shows overlaid onto our original revised demographic master plan that we shared in January. This shows that where that classroom building, the new classroom building would be. This diagram shows a couple of revisions to that plan that based on conversations with El Granada staff, and also just the lesser demographics. And that is that the library in this diagram is shown right up front, and it's in a large enough building that existing 2 kindergarten classroom building, we feel could accommodate both the library and 1 kindergarten room. We also, in this option, as we did in the original reduced cost savings option, we were able to leave the least childcare where it was. So let's say we've built this building and the kids are in it, and then the district at some point down the line determines that consolidation is the best option. Next slide. So this shows how that would occur, and how it would occur without impacting the work that was done in the first phase. In this case, with 550 students, the library takes up the whole front kindergarten, current kindergarten building, and then there are 4 kindergarten classrooms as opposed to 3. And the additional classroom space is provided by this little additional classroom building that is adjacent, or actually can be connected or a little bit adjacent to the first phase. And again, as Mark said, this is a diagram of how this can work and how we feel this could fit on the site. And in both cases, the other phases are shown here too. So this shows the overall end product of both of these options. And so you still do the other work at the multi and the other classroom buildings. So that's El Granada, and I'd like to then talk a little bit about the high school. Next slide. And then the next slide. Thank you. So at Half Moon Bay High School, we were kind of asked to do a similar thing, which was identify some recommended first phase projects. And here again, we looked at a couple of different methods of determining that, and we came back to the classroom buildings as being a good first priority project. And so these would be the classroom buildings that are shown in yellow, the A, C, D, G, and portion of H. And this would include the work described in the assessment, which, so work at each building would include the roofing, the electrical, primarily telecom and classroom AV updates, HVAC, fire protection and plumbing upgrades, and the exterior repairs at all the buildings that are due to just the age and climate of your location there. And then interior repairs to finishes as well. Along with that, the accessibility upgrades that are appropriate or associated with each building, and also associated with site work getting to the buildings where work is occurring would happen too. We deferred building K because it's the newest of the classroom buildings on site, and that's the reason why building K is not included in this first round. Next slide. That's
great.
I'm gonna hand it back over to Mark.
Okay, thanks, Leanne. So
to talk about the cost, yeah.
What we'll do is we'll pick up from where we left off with you on the project cost, the funds that are available, and then look at what these two phase one projects would cost. So as you might recall, we had $77 million that was available for the El Granada, Fairlawn View, and Half Moon Bay High School projects. And of course, we also remember, like all master planning, the funds to complete all three exceeded the budget that was available. We're now looking at the two projects that Leanne described. So the new classroom building at El Granada, and these are full costs. These are construction and non-construction costs. It also includes escalation and all the and site development work that goes with that. So it's just a little over $10 million, $10.1 million in that work that Leanne described for El Granada. And coincidentally, nearly the same cost for the work at the high school doing those important classroom buildings, again, all costs included, giving us a total of $20.25 million, $20,250,000 to complete those two phase one projects that we're recommending. That still leaves a large amount of funds available as the board's making decisions about to consolidate or not. Once that decision is made, then the balance of those funds can then be distributed to doing the future phases of work. So it puts us in a really good position to proceed. Next, please. So our recommendation is to proceed with these two first phase projects. We do this because it fulfills the master plan, and as a good master plan, it shows us that we can create the end result while we take this very first and this big and important first step, but in a way that still allows you the flexibility that you need. We're of course hoping for some thoughts and input today. We're hoping to walk away with approval for this project, and then that allows the design phase to start. As we've said previously, we will always, both us and district staff, will continue to look for not only additional funding, but also opportunities to continue to reduce costs so that we deliver this project on budget or below. And with that, we'd be delighted to take any comments or questions.
First, thank you for hanging in there and for the presentation and making it very clear and nice and short and to the point. So thank you. I'm gonna now move on to a motion to approve before we open up for discussion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Would anyone like to comment, questions? Kim?
So first, I wholeheartedly agree with moving forward. And the caveat piece, and this was, I had some questions and called Sean this week because when I saw the site plan and I saw the, this explanation helps a lot where I saw the first building in El Granada and then the purple building being if we decide we need it. My ask would be that in that design phase, for design purposes, be flexible enough to decide what's best for that site in terms of siting the one-story building. And consider what the trades are between a one-story building in conjunction with the two-story, sight lines from Santiago. And then, it's really easy to go up from whatever your surface level is. But in terms of being sensitive to the, I don't know what the grade is. It's generally fairly flat and then drops off behind the fence. But if there's any way to press down into the site, and just think about that's topography there, so that future two stories can be sized in proportion to the one stories and keep it at least that far. It's one thing from the highway, and I don't know if I don't think we have to deal with the coastal. Do we have to deal with the Coastal Commission?
We'll go through a CEQA process, the California Environmental Quality Act, and undoubtedly will be categorically exempt because we're not adding classrooms. So there may be some staff level conversations, but I work a lot on the coast, and this probably does not fall into a project they need to review.
Okay, well, that's good. But again, it's as much thinking about a campus that has been all single story. For any buildings that are going to be taller than what is typical now, it's going to feel different if you start seeing elevations pop up. So anything we can do to keep it kind of down in the topography and would be my, thinking ahead when we see the designs, that's been considered.
Great.
I have a quick question on timing. So when can we get it done?
So
I'm very excited.
When can we authorize phase 2?
Yeah, I want to know when can kids be in the buildings and teachers and staff.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is I'm already behind schedule. What's the matter with me? So I would first like Ms. Hines' question, really appropriate. I'm very sympathetic to this. All we do are public schools, and issues with consideration for neighbors, views, and candidly, we're doing a lot more two-story construction in the last 5 or 10 years than I've ever done before, because we're dealing with school sites that are growing. I just want to put the board and the community that's listening mind at ease. We will make every effort to look at sight lines. We'll be cutting visual sections, looking at what the view would look like from Santiago and other locations to make sure we've taken that consideration.
And to that point, though, do we not also care what our view looks like from the school? I mean, don't we want to have a good view too?
Yes. And fortunately, it's our opinion they're not mutually exclusive. They just have to be thoughtful. So you're absolutely right. We're really interested in what those views affect the staff. That was one of their considerations in the earliest stages of master planning.
Yes.
You remember that, Lyon? All the conversations around the portables were like this beautiful location.
Yes.
Nobody could see a thing.
It's the opportunity that you have there with whales coming by, and it's just learning opportunities from within the building of that, from that site.
So we agree. Regarding timing, there's a process the district has to go through for formal selection of architects, but the project design work can begin very quickly. It's typically about a year or so to go through the design, and maybe a year and several months, the design and the division of state architect approval. So that, we're, candidly a year and a half or so, by the time you bid and award, a year and a half or so away from construction starting. This is just a very quick off the cuff timeline. And then the construction itself is probably for this building, 14 to 15 months of construction. So it's as all construction is. Our goal would be that we're able to concurrently work on design of phase 2 as we're completing phase 1, so that as soon as phase 2 is done, you're able to roll into phase 2.
And so then we would have some kind of like portable accommodations in the meantime somewhere on campus, probably.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking so it's like a total of like 2.5 years ish.
Fortunately, you
And
have
you're-
portables now.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And Lyanne's done a really good job with staff looking at how many of those portables are actively being used. So fortunately, we don't even need to keep as many portables that are out there probably.
Oh,
But
okay.
they would be moved or relocated out of the way during
Oh,
construction.
Empty classrooms.
You need this, I think 3 or 4 of them, including the science one, because the science one is the science classroom.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't need to bring in anything additional, and you would just take the best ones that are there.
It's why this phasing is so ideal. I love the confluence of this came from staff. They all said unanimously, I wasn't there, Lyanne was, but we've heard it before about replacing those classrooms, and it works out perfectly for the way we phase construction. We're able to build that and not bring in temporary housing. And that'll be a great way for us to roll through when we modernize other spaces. We can continue to use those portables until we're done.
And so I ask this every time, about being cost effective, doing it all at once. If we were doing it all at once, would you do things differently?
Candidly,
And
not
is it
really.
gonna-
Sorry.
Will it affect our costs if we're not doing it all at once?
Candidly, no, we wouldn't do it much different. The thing that might be interesting is there phase 2, 3, 4. That I would say would be a cost issue. We would have done this even if you had no issues of what you wanted to build. There's only so much disruption we can do at once. There is a consideration for would you do the multi-use building and the new classroom building at once? It's pretty impactful of the site. So we pretty much would proceed this way, just as we're doing right now. Start with the classroom building. That provides a great way to roll classes through. We'd likely modernize while building the multi-use room at the same time in the next phase. So you're really actually still working efficiently, in our opinion.
Can we do the design of the multi-use room at the same time as the classrooms?
We can. I wouldn't suggest we have to, but you're right. We would consider that, like the location of the second story classroom, we have to know more about what the multi-use room is going to look like. So we might do some preliminary design on that. Then we can focus on, as quickly as we can, getting the construction drawings and the DSA approval for the classroom building. In the meantime, we could then start up the design work for the next phase, which may well be the multi-use room and some of the modernization.
And I'm saying multi-use room, but meaning the gym.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and I am using those terms interchangeably. Yes, the new gym. Yes.
Because I'm thinking it, I mean, and again, to Sophia's point, if we have this, I don't know if we stair step, how quickly we can get into that design, but if we, with a friendly amendment, actually proceed with the design of the gym at the same time as the classrooms, we may not build it immediately, but then we could be working that plan in context conceptually and codify it, and then we're ready to move out when we make the decision.
Again, we'd be perfectly happy to do that. I'm not entirely sure it's necessary. And the reason is the design committee we're going to work with for the classrooms will likely be slightly different than the committee we'll work with on the gym. My suggestion, because what I hear you saying, and I completely support, we don't want to lose any time to designing something. We don't want to wait for that or wait for its approval. My suggestion is we focus all of our efforts on as quickly as we can designing and getting approved the classroom building. And then somewhere in the middle of that, yes, we should start up on the gym so that by the time we are under construction and getting ready to complete the classrooms, my mistake, we would then go out to bid and be all ready to immediately roll right in. So I assure you, we'll make sure we're looking at the future phases. I'm just not entirely sure we need to do it all immediately. Focusing on the classrooms, getting that done quickly would probably be the best use of all the resources. And remembering that we're going to be disrupting staff with committee meetings and design questions. But we're perfectly comfortable. We'd be happy to do both, but I'm just not sure you need to.
I said it also sounds consistent with what you heard from staff, right? You said it's kind of unanimous that those classrooms were the by far like the priorities. So, that's good to know.
Are you done, Sophia? Yeah, okay, just checking. So I wanted to thank you, Mark and Leanne, and I want to kind of switch the conversation a little bit. I agree that we need to start doing something. And I think it's exciting that we can do smaller bits, as I asked for at the last meeting. I think that we should also talk about the fact that it's not just we're planning for if we want to consolidate, but we're planning if we then want to also do work at Farallon View. And I really want to be careful that we're not making a decision or even making a decision to go down a path to think about making a decision to consolidate a school, to destroy a school community based on funds from a bond that are not enough to cover our longer term goals when we can do these things in phases. So this is a separate conversation, as Sean said at the beginning, but we haven't had it yet. It's been delayed. And I really just want to ask Sean and the board that we have this conversation as a board about whether or not we even want to have the community conversation, because I feel like we are making steps in one direction versus another. And I do not want to feel like I'm okay with this, but anymore I'm not until we have made that decision about what we're doing. And I'd actually think, and I have my own views, and I know that everybody has their own views on this, but I just want to be really careful as we're doing this. It just feels like we're doing things backwards. If we're saying we should consolidate these schools because we don't have enough money to redo all of them, versus we love all our schools, we want to keep them and we want to grow and make them beautiful. And it just seems like a backwards way of making that decision. So we've already delayed having this discussion one time because people couldn't make it. And here we are approving actual projects. And I want to make sure that as a board, we're doing this the right way. So I'm okay with this, but I'm not okay with any more until we've actually had that conversation as a board as to whether or not we want to have that conversation in the community about consolidation or not. And I guess I just want to caution again, this board and our whole community, that there'd be a real pity to say we're going to consolidate schools just because we don't have enough bond funding, which is what I've kind of heard so far. And it just makes me a little bit question the motivation for that. So anyway, so I am okay with what we're going at, but I do want us to make sure that we're committing to having that conversation.
So I agree with that. I don't think, and what I have said to this board is, and I want to echo Freya what you said, which is what I said at the top of the hour. This is about an if then. You have to have a path forward. If you want to make some motion forward, which is what I've heard the board say, and what I heard Mike Olifano and the bond, and we know the community wants to make some motion forward. We needed to have a facilities master plan. We needed to go through the design process and start looking at this. But what I started at the top of the conversation was, look, we focused on this to make a motion forward, but it does not disclose. I mean, it does not, how do I say it? It doesn't bar us. It doesn't make a decision. That's not agendized. Consolidation would be a process that I think would take at least a year of engagement, honestly.
And to be honest, I think we as a board need to make a decision whether or not we even want to go through that process. Like that's the first decision. I actually don't believe as a board we have made the decision that we want to talk about consolidation, because that is in our policy purview. And that's where I'm kind of questioning. I'm feeling like the motivation for the consolidation is coming primarily from this bond issue. And so I feel like we're moving ourselves into a little bit of a box. So I just think we should be careful and have that conversation as a board before we make any other beyond this decisions. And I understand that other people have different opinions about that, but I just feel like we haven't had that conversation yet, and we keep talking around it. And it needs to happen. And again, that's not the longer term. I agree. If we decide as a board, yes, we want to consolidate or we think it's an option, then yes, it's a whole community process. But we haven't even done that first step, is my understanding. So
well, that's not right. No, Freya, you're right. That's not what's agendized tonight, right? That and we have not really had that discussion. That discussion has kind of come up as an idea because of the demographers report and people sort of saying, wow, do we have too many schools? But no, you're exactly right.
Yes, we want to have that community conversation. And so I want to be careful that we're not, again, I've said it like 5 times. So I agree that we should get started. I agree that these are great first phases, incremental, but I do think as a board, we need to make the decision about whether or not we're going to have that conversation with the community or not before we do anything else.
I agree with you, Freya, but just so you know where I stand, I don't feel like we're anywhere near having any kind of conversation about consolidating schools. I mean, that's not even in my head to do. But I do feel like when I heard Sean say, well, usually schools they take their bond money and they do a little bit at each school, and that's how most districts do it. And then I hear that it's much cheaper if you do one whole school at a time. To me, I'm like, bing, bing, bing. I'm all about saving the money. And although it doesn't make it fair that you can't do it all, I was just like, when I heard it's less cost, I was like, I'm so happy you did, before I was on the board, that you did Hatch all at once, because I want to save the money so it goes farther. So to me, I'm not even to that point of having that, but I do.
But again,
I am.
Yeah, but Farallon was the first one. Originally, in the original master plan, Farallon View was supposed to go first. It is now not going first, so that we can keep it open for consolidation.
But
so
that wasn't because, though.
That was because of consolidation.
But I don't think it was first because it was worse, because when they came back and they said, well, they're both bad, was kind of the bottom line I got from it.
Master plan,
and then if we're like, in 10 years, we might close it, then we should do the one that's probably not going to close first. So that's where I stand. But I'm not anywhere near having some kind of conversation about consolidating. I don't think we're there yet.
Freya, are we at the point where, as a board, we can talk about whether or not it's something that we think we need to have? I mean, or is it just, it's like, because I just feel like it's been floated. And I think if we're not, we need to either say we as a board, we want to explore it, or as a board, we don't. Because that is a policy decision of the board. And again, I know we're not having that conversation now, but I guess I disagree a little bit. I don't think we just kind of keep saying we might close that school for the next 10 years. I just, it feels, that doesn't make sense to me, so.
Well, it's not agendized.
I understand. I'm just asking that we have the conversation. And I felt like what Mary Beth was saying was that we don't actually need to have that conversation as a board. And I think we do.
Oh,
so
no, I don't, that's not what I meant to say, but okay. I do see that it does take a real long time. And I do like what I've seen with the staff working on the opening a school steering committee and how much time and effort they have taken from the community. So I do trust, if we decide to have this conversation at some point, which I guess we shouldn't be having this conversation because it's not agendized, but that staff will take the time and do a good job at looking at that. But
I think it is totally fair and above board for you to have the discussion, and Freya, for you to bring this up, because it is the thing that we're talking about. We basically said we got to find a path forward, but we also know that the demographers said that our numbers are dwindling, and it's sort of come up, do we want to start? And I'm going to say it as a value statement to ensure the viability of what bond dollars you have, and the fact that this discussion has been discussed by the board. Should we, in concept, because of different things.
But that's the thing, I don't think it has been. I think it's been, like you said, the demographer said, hey, your numbers might be going down, but we don't know because X or Y or Z could happen. So we probably need updates on that. But of course, that's not the only reason you would even start a conversation about consolidating a school. You would have to take into consideration other things like your community and like your commitments from bonds and like your educational values and philosophy. And so we have not had that conversation, I don't believe. I haven't, because it's never been agendized, right? It was just demographers and bonds. And so I guess what I'm objecting to is that it feels like it's flittering there as a possibility without all the information. And we keep saying we're going to have this conversation about whether or not we actually want to, but I just don't feel like we've had it yet. And again, it's not agendized now. I'm not asking to have the conversation right now. I'm asking that we have that conversation sooner rather than later. That's what I'm asking for.
If I feel like I don't want to have it too soon, because we got to see what happens with their numbers within the next couple of years, and
I disagree.
People decide to go to El Granada because it's okay.
I think sooner than later, honestly, is, I agree with Freya, in terms of timing, that it's kind of an elephant in the room. And yes, we have had nods to that possibility. And you're right, we should have a policy discussion, Freya. I'm wondering though, we're also planning this like property use and land use, having someone say, hey, these are the best uses of our property. So in the context, if we could look at it holistically on, would we move like a function from one site to another, or when we look at other land use possibilities in our district, maybe that's part of that we try to do those in parallel, and consider what the values are and the best, the best way to serve the entire community and all the neighborhoods.
I agree that that needs to happen eventually. I just think we need to have that initial conversation, which again has never been agendized at this point, because we had the demographers report and we've had the bond and you guys coming, Leanne and Mark, which we appreciate, talking about what we can actually afford. And those things have fed into this idea that at some point we might need to consolidate. But again, I personally believe that a conversation, even on a board level, about whether or not we go to the community and propose that we want to consolidate will involve other things. And we all need to decide, are those the two values that we're going to use to determine whether or not we go to the community? And for some of you, that might be it. I have other interests and issues and values that I believe would actually, for me, counter those, even for that going to the community. We don't know if the numbers go down, et cetera. Again, I don't want to have that conversation right now, but I do think as a board, we should have that conversation where we define at what point would we say, yes, we want to consolidate, and make it clear when you then have that community conversation. Because I just feel like it's lingering and it's around, but we have never had it agendized. It's been brought up by architects and demographers. We have never talked about it as a board. And I just think that there are other issues with even talking about going to the community to say we're going to consolidate than those two issues. And so again, I feel like I've said this now 10 times. I would like to have a further conversation, not right now, because it's not agendized, but I would, and I don't understand why that's an issue, but it seems like it is. So
I wonder. I agree with Kim. I just want to follow up on that thought, because my biggest question that I hadn't gotten to yet for the architects is the one thing I'm worried about, my biggest thing I'm worried about with breaking ground on El Granada is that we haven't done that research or the real estate plan stuff yet. And what if the real estate people said, you know what, the highest and best use of the land would be, to put the school at the other end of the field instead of where it is now or something. I don't know, but I'm feeling like I kind of want to get our real estate plan before we make decisions as well. So, and that's my question for the architects too. Go ahead, Sean.
I just want to say, look, I am the intermediary working on behalf of the board to try to drive progress. And when I hear direction from the board, which I kind of heard, hey, we need to get started. And when I hear in the community, we need to get started. And when I've been in part of these discussions and hearing we need to get started. And so we brought, hey, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this, but you don't have all the money to do this. And so I basically charged, and I'll take accountability for that, Mark and Leanne, to say, hey, let's make some path forward, which leaves us the opportunity to not consolidate, to consolidate. Let's make one safe move. Let's make one safe move that we can make some progress, and it doesn't like dictate what the future is going to hold. And I started this conversation at the beginning of introducing this, that this would take time. And I will tell you personally, I am extremely skeptical that this could be done quickly or with satisfaction to all parties at all. But I do think it is important for us to make a move forward that doesn't tie our hands, that doesn't paint us in a corner. This is a win in my mind that we're close to getting started, knowing that it's going to take another 2 to 3 years to like break ground and finish. So I just want to say it is totally in the purview of the board to have this discussion as part of a side discussion. I think that's totally fine. But what I hear from you, Freya, is you want to have the discussion, and I would say agendized to just have the discussion. That to me means consolidation. You would have to have a long study. We'd have to have consultants. I wouldn't use the real estate advisors for surplus property on that. We would have to hire somebody else probably to have a community discussion about what our values are for neighborhood schools. And you would probably have to include Kings Mountain in that discussion also. So it's a big thing. I was trying to say, look, let's not maximize, let's satisfy. If I hear direction from the board, hey, we got to get moving. And if I hear the community saying we got to get moving, I'm trying to provide a plan to do that. I will say that that's me. If you want to hold me accountable for that, I could be held accountable for that. I wanted to tell the architects, let's find a path forward that we can make a move that's a safe move forward. I think this is a very safe and logical move forward.
Hey, Lizette, point of order, I move that we go past 10 o'clock tonight.
Yes, do I have a motion? I was about to ask if we wanted to do roll call or if we were done, but yes, thank you, Kim. Do I have a motion to go
I'll
past?
I'll second Kim's motion.
Thank you. Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
passes 5+1. Thank you.
So Sean, can I respond to what you just said? I'm just curious, do you not see a medium ground where at some point we say as a board, we don't even want to pursue consolidation, or we do, and then you start the process that you're talking about?
I totally see that too. I totally see that too. We could have a discussion where, you know, we could say, I mean, look, I always think about this as like a vote, right? Shall the board decide to do X? You could totally have that conversation. In a way, you're having it here, and I think it is tied to this solution.
Because it involves so many other factors, Sean. So that, I guess that's my point. Can we just at some point have a conversation on where we're feeling it? Because I guess I would like to know, and I don't think this is the appropriate place. You know, are we thinking, of course, if numbers go down, we have to consolidate? If that's what people are thinking, or if there's no money for bonds, then we have to consolidate. I just want to know if those are what we're thinking. And then I agree, we have to have a whole community conversation in terms of implementing the consolidation. And again, we have kind of set the stage, because you've now said, okay, if we're consolidating, it has to be El Granada, which again, would, if you're actually going to consolidate, should be a part of a community conversation. And so I guess I feel like there's an intermediate conversation there where we talk about what, as a board, our values are, because if you're going to do the consolidation conversation with the community, you're saying we're actually thinking about it. We want to do it. Like we are where we are. And if we're going to change something, you do that conversation with the community. If you're going to stay where you are, you don't necessarily have that thing. You don't have that conversation with the community. And so I guess that's the sense that I want to get from our other board members. And I get that I've heard some of opinions as we talked about demography, and we've never had the conversation in relation to all the other factors that are there. And again, I don't think we should have it now, because again, it's not agendized. I'm just asking, can we have that conversation? Not talking about the year-long process that the staff manages and you hire consultants. I'm talking about that initial. And again, if I'm one of a 4 and everybody else is like, yeah, we're going to have to think about this, then I think that we then figure out when that happens, and then it plays into these things, and we do a follow-up and the demographer and all that. But again, I'm not even sure we're there. I don't know. And so
can I interject? I think we could probably do a better job of having conversations or a study session with the board that's non-decisional, that would meet.
Yeah, but would we all just
be that meet? Let me finish.
I'll just say we don't want to consolidate right now, and then that would be it, because that's not worth having a study session on either. I mean, I would say should think about consolidating right now, is what I would say.
Right, but we're not then putting any money into doing Farallon View.
Like, so when we get to when El Granada stage 1 is done and the high school, what we're voting on tonight is done, and we have to vote on the next part stuff, then
I agree with Freya that we don't wait 2 years to have a conversation on it. I do think, because I think there are more issues than demographer. I want to respect Freya's opinion here. It is totally possible to have a more comprehensive conversation that's non-decisional, to understand what the different variables are that would play into that decision. Then we can soak on it.
So
I just want to point, I just want to say one quick thing. So I've been uncharacteristically quiet. And I think part of it is why I rely on Sean to give us that decision-making processes, because I think we have different philosophies around decision-making. For me personally, it's really important to have that community input to, rather than feeling like we decide, and then I'm not even sure if once we decide what the community would do. I don't know. I just think it's important to take our time and to not rush into it, because and to engage the community for us, like in an iterative process, right? It's not a black and white thing. So I still look to you, Sean, to help us guide that decision-making process in a way that's effective and efficient, and helps us get things done in the meantime that need to get done.
Look, I'm trying to be pragmatic here. It's been, a year. We've done some planning. This is a funnel. We needed to do a facilities master plan. We needed to engage with the community. We got to the end of last year. The board said, and this is what I heard, direction, well, what about Half Moon Bay High School? We went back out. Now the funnel expands again. We got through it. Half Moon Bay costs would be this. Farallon View costs would be this. El Granada costs would be this. And then it was like, oh shucks, not enough money to do all the things. The good news was you have more money in a bond than other districts do. And that's why they do little piecemeal pieces. That's good. But what then I sort of want to get to is calling the question. If I keep hearing from Mike Olifano and the bond folks that the community is hungry for jobs to start, and if I hear that direction from the board, which I kind of did.
I think we do. Sean, I think that's exactly what everybody, we are there. I think it's a yes and.
So,
I
right.
think honestly, it's a yes and.
I agree. So if I can finish, I will just say that I wanted to call the question tonight to say, are you really interested in starting? Here is a way to start. This is a recommendation from architects and from staff, your superintendent, who serves at your pleasure. If you tell me and Mark and Lyanne, go back to the drawing board, engage the community, let's do this all, we'll do that. We serve at the pleasure of the board. But I will tell you, I think this is a good step forward. It's a pragmatic step forward, and it gets us there. I totally agree with Freya that it kind of names the elephant in the room, because I started the conversation that way. I'm starting the conversation that way by saying, if you do this, I don't think you'll have regret later by building something. And I say that because I know other districts that wind up building, my last district, and then closing a school because of something beyond their control. And then that money was wasted. So this, when you say, well, we need some things at high school, we need something here, this is a way forward. You could flip it on its head. You could do it at Farallon View. But what I will tell you is that you will never, ever consolidate both schools to Farallon View because of the streets, the sidewalks, and the nature of the site. And because you're never going to get the majority of the people driving up the coast of Montera. That wouldn't be fair for Montera, and it wouldn't be fair for the majority of the coast down south. If there is ever going to be a site consolidated, we've heard from the architects, we know the capacity, we know the proximity to the highway, it would be El Granada. I've heard it from El Granada's PTO president. And she said to me, bless you, Brianna, if you're listening to this, and you are, I see you in the participant. She said, Sean, why do we do this? And I say, because I don't get the choice. The board has to have this argument. But what I'm saying to you is I'm making a recommendation. You can choose to take it or not take it.
I think out of respect for Mark and Leanne, we should just be done with this. I know I'm not minimizing anyone's point of view or perspective, but I did hear you say, Freya, that you were okay with this. And if it's okay, we could just do roll call and let Leanne and Mark go on their way. I mean, I'm happy with what they presented.
Well, I guess, can I get a consensus from Sean and the board that we have this conversation soon? Or, because I don't feel like I've gotten that answer. So I guess if we don't have this conversation on consolidation, I'm actually going to vote no on this one. Because if we do not soon decide that we're going to move forward down a path that we're thinking about consolidation or not, then I actually don't want to invest the funds in the high school or in El Granada right now. I think that our commitment to the community was the elementary schools. It was Farallon View and El Granada. And the reason why we're doing it this way is because there's this idea of consolidation. And so if I can get a commitment that we all sit down and talk about what our factors are for even beginning the conversation. And it's, again, it's not the whole community input. It's not this big thing, because we're talking about keeping the status quo or changing it. If we change the status quo, we have this huge, long conversation. If we decide we don't want to consolidate because of all these other reasons that might be there, then we can make that decision as a board without, I mean, we can have a public meeting and people can give us opinions, but it's not the same community process as we are actually consolidating our sites. So I guess that's where I don't quite understand, Sean. Are you opposed to us as a board having that initial conversation?
Not at all. Not at all.
And Freya,
Let me be very clear.
Initial conversation?
No, I'm not against that at all. Okay. But let me be very clear. I heard that loud and clear, but I think I said this, and let me reiterate this. I serve at the pleasure of the board. You're my boss, the 5 of you. When the 3 out of 5 of you give me a direction, I'm going to go that direction.
So and so some direction from other members of the board, whether or not we actually have this conversation, or whether or not we're saying yes to these 2 projects and then wait some year or 2 down the road, keeping these ideas kind of floating right now and they're not just floating, right? Because they're actually dictating what we're doing, right? That's the difference, right? Like, there's always the idea you could consolidate a school, because of what the demographer said, because of our bond funds. Those are the 2 things that have caused us to think about it, right? And because of moving Moon Ridge kids, so the populations which is part of the demographer's thing, right? But so that's my curiosity right now. And so are we allowed to give you direction at this point? Can I hear from other board members? Because if not, I am probably going to vote against this.
Well, I don't really understand. I have to be honest, because I really don't understand like what conversation we want to have. Like, is it a conversation of whether we're open to consolidating? Like, what's the question?
What I hear Freya saying is that it's been an elephant in the room and we've nodded towards it, but we haven't had a full conversation.
But
on
what is it?
What all the variables would be. I don't think it's a decisional type of conversation.
It's whether or not, given just the bond and the numbers going to where they are projected, which is not super low, it's what, 220 or something. If that is something that we want to then say, we want to start a conversation about consolidating, or are there other issues that we think are important that we wouldn't even start that conversation about consolidating? I just feel like it's been around the edges, and I don't feel comfortable making decisions that do to some degree dictate where funds go, which is part of this, why we're thinking we even need to consolidate, unless we've clearly said we don't have to do it right now, but at some point we're going to do this community thing because we think it's maybe a good idea. I'm just asking. I actually don't know. I haven't had the conversation with all of you about what your other values are related to consolidation. And so I would like to have that conversation, and I'm wondering if you all are open to it.
I'm open to any study session proposed.
And if you ask me right now, do you want to talk about consolidating? I would say no. I think it's fine like it is. But if you ask me in 2 years or in a year, maybe it would be different depending on
I guess that's the conversation we need to have is, well, what would be different in a year or 2 years?
The number of students there.
Well, so then, but that's what I'm asking. Can we all have that conversation as a board? Maybe in a study session, it's fine to say, is that enough? Like, again, we looked at Kings Mountain, we looked at closing it. We didn't end up closing it, even though it got really small. I want to know where we all stand on all this. I have my opinions about small schools versus big schools educationally. I have opinions about community schools. So I would love to just have that conversation. That's what I'm asking.
I think it should be done. I think you are kind of having it. I think if I could finish. I think you're starting to introduce the conversation. You're starting to have it. You're starting to lift up values. I think that's a positive thing for a board. It does seem like it's getting a little heated. I'm trying to seek to understand, not to be understood. I will tell you, it would be much easier for me professionally, if this board and this community were saying, heck no, we're never going to consolidate the schools. We're never going to close the school. That'd be great, because then we can just look how to use the money and use the money. But here's the thing. I wanted to drive this and call this question tonight. the question has bird walked into a whole other thing. Freya, you, with respect, you can totally vote against it.
Well, what I'm asking for is, can we have this conversation at another time? Kim has said yes. Nobody else has said yes. So I'm assuming that Sophia, Mary Beth, and Lizette, you do not want to have even a board level conversation about what our factors are about consolidation.
That's fine. Of course, I will always have a conversation about what other people
So
want
we
to
can
talk about.
schedule a study session in the next month or two where we actually have this conversation and get a little clarity on whether or not, because I think that it would be helpful for making the future decisions on phase 2, et cetera, because again, we have a certain amount of bonds, we have 3 schools that need work, and there's this idea floating that maybe we'll consolidate at some point. And I just feel like we're mixing up the waters too much.
I'm still confused, but I'm happy to have any conversation. Sorry, I'm just being honest. I'm having trouble tracking what we're aiming for as a decision-making process, because I feel like our decision at hand tonight is entering design phase for these 2 projects. And
I think it's as a value if we have if it's felt that there's a need for a conversation, that as a board we should honor having those non-decisional conversations.
that's why I said I'm happy to have a conversation. I'm still not quite clear how it's going to feed into our decision-making process, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'll be there.
Thank you.
I was trying to not maximize, but suffice, I think is the expression they use. I was trying to get one path today.
And we got it. And thank you for doing that, Sean. We're there. Can we, Lizette, can we call the vote?
Yeah, we can call the vote. I guess I'm also a little confused because we are talking about what we're not talking about. And then we're like.
Talking about it later. Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's all I'm talking about. I just simply brought up all the different ideas. I don't want to actually talk about it right now, but I do want to talk about it soon as a board, not as a whole community.
I would love to, I'll just make a recommendation. I would love to have that discussion June after it cools out.
That's fine. I just think it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
I hear you.
Not a year or 2 with other factors controlling it. And that's why it's coming up now, because this is kind of a decision in that direction. And I think that we need to be careful.
Just so you know, Freya.
Yes, I'm happy to go with these 2 phases, as I said before, and I'm glad that we all agree to that we're going to have a conversation.
Yeah, okay? And just so you know, on a value statement, I used to be a principal of a school of 40 and then 60, and then now it's like 200. So I value small schools too. Okay. I just want to put it out there. This is a very delicate conversation to have with 5 people who represent a community that is geographically disparate, that last year was at the risk of state takeover and now is not. So Lyanne and Mark, we are this close to a clean getaway for you. And I think they're getting to the point where they're going to call the question and vote.
Okay, Rosie, will you do the roll call, please?
Motion.
No, we did that already.
Did it?
Like an hour
Yeah, we
ago.
had the motion.
Yeah.
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya, Freya,
You're muted, Freya. Oh.
Was that an aye?
Yeah, do I need to say it again? 3rd time.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think
Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly?
Aye.
Caroline?
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mark and Leanne.
Thank you.
Lyanne. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just tell you how much we enjoy working with you. This is a really great district to work with. Thank you so much for your patience with us too. I look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you.
Bless you, Lyanne. Bless you, Mark.
Go home soon, or be done soon. You're home already.
2 items.
Okay, good night.
Right. Okay. Next item is 5N. It's a public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the statement for public textbooks and instructional incentive program for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. McFetrich or Leticia?
Leticia will speak to this, but just so you know that we had to add this item because it was missed previously. Leticia, will you explain that?
Yes, and so every year we do need to have a public hearing and adopt this resolution to approve and inform all of our stakeholders that we do have enough instructional materials. And so we are having a public hearing, and Rosie, I think there is some protocol that we need to like open the public hearing and close it, right?
Yes. We have to open for comments, but we have no comments, but we still have to open.
So I'll learn from you on this one.
I think, Lizette, you just have to open the public hearing.
Okay, I open the public hearing.
You used to be able to have a gavel and you would gavel it in.
I know, that's what I was looking forward
Just bang
to.
your hand on the.
Just bang on the table.
That would
I'm
hurt.
in the district, I should be able to, I know, I was like,
There you go.
There's nobody, so are we good?
We have no comments on this.
Okay, we have no comments.
Then you close the public hearing.
We have, I close the public hearing. And now I do the, I'm a little tired right now. We do the motion to approve. Did we do that already? Do I have a motion?
We have to.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, any comments, questions? No, okay. Seeing that there are none, could we do roll call, please, Rosie?
Lizette,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline,
Aye.
passes 5+1.
Thank you. Next item, 5O, approval of amendments to the CUSD and CUTA MOU on returns to school. Dr. McFetrich.
I just want to say, if you can see the joy on my face, it's because, one, I think we're going to get out of here before 10:30.
So stop talking because you're killing it.
Okay.
And keep going. We're on a momentum. Just keep going.
And two, it's because I think the conversation that we just had is so emblematic of sometimes meaning making and understanding one another can be a little, I don't know, it could be a little entertaining, but it can also be a little challenging, and we have our values and we feel our values questioned. And, you know, so I just want to say, it gave me joy to have that kind of discussion. And I have such affection for all of you in your roles and as a governance team. And I say that all to say that we recently went back with CUTA to negotiate an MOU, because the first MOU said that we would go back to talk about cohort size and scheduling and like impacts on secondary. And the truth of the matter is that CUNA has a very unique plan because they have an AM PM. And the teacher said, hey, if there's going to be remote learning coordinators working with students, we don't want to have the responsibility of teaching, creating lesson plans, or you know, assigning curriculum. We're working all day, and that's valid to me. The way the cookie crumbled, the way it worked out, the way the design came together, which is very robust, and I think is a great middle school plan. I'm very proud of them. You know, CUTA came to us and said, okay, we need to negotiate these wrinkles. I say that all to say that, you know, the language gives you what we're saying as our amendments. There are three things. I'm not looking at it right now, but one, we had to have a solution for when, because of remote learning, our elementary classes get bigger than class size. So one of the things we agreed to is for every student that goes over every day in a particular class, that would be $15 per student for that teacher, because they have more. And this is only through June 30th, right? This is only for the next couple months. So there was that piece. Really, Jason Owens and Jackie Sullivan and that team have done a great job of assigning everybody and in the elementary, and I think that's fine. But there was that. So we needed to take care of that. The other thing was supplies. Supplies for secondary. Well, we just mirrored the language out of the elementary. Okay, it's just basically saying, hey, you need a set of supplies at home, you need a set of supplies at school. And I made the point, I will tell you, of saying, hey, we really want to do that centralized. The department chairs should be working with the principals and they'll order the supplies. So we don't reimburse this, that, and the other, that it's in a concerted, organized way. The third piece was this CUNA piece. And so CUTA and the district negotiated and came up with basically what is presented to you tonight, which is the longer piece, which basically says that the teachers of record will receive a maximum of one stipend of $1,250 to plan and collaborate with a remote learning coordinator. So the 40 to 50, I think it was 48 is what I'd heard, but let's say it's 40 to 50 students who are working remotely. We heard at the last meeting, hey, we heard from Lisa Zanetti, right? We really need to take care of these kids. I get it. So we created remote learning coordinators. We didn't. James Barnes worked on this plan to be able to appropriately compensate our CUTA colleagues for working with remote learning coordinators and passing curriculum and doing and assigning the grades. This is what we've negotiated, $1,250. If there's 30 staff at CUNA, it's not going to be all 30 staff because not all of them will have a student that's in remote class and has to have a remote learning coordinator. But I'll give you that number just so you know, ballpark, it's not going to exceed $30,000 probably. So I would recommend, and I say this again because this is always negotiations, you know, I mean, we sat down with CUTA and we negotiated this. And I think every negotiation and diplomatic process usually means you get up from the table and the one person feels like they didn't get what they wanted and the other person feels like they didn't get what they wanted. And you both leave the table and you have a deal. This was the deal that we negotiated with CUTA. I can live with it and I recommend its approval. You're welcome to ask me questions. I was there in the room.
Okay, before we do I have a motion to,
Motion to approve.
yeah, thank you. Second? Kim?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, so I just have a quick question. So from my understanding, when as parents, we were told, irregardless of what you choose, they will still get the same instruction. Even because that was one of the things that the parents were saying, that they wanted this simultaneous like web thing happening while they're over live.
Yeah, that can't happen.
And that didn't happen. But I think the understanding of parents is that they are going to get the same instruction that the kids that are live getting. And now you're saying that the teachers want more money to give the same instruction. I guess I'm not understanding.
So there's a
why can't they just share? Why can't they just, if that's the lesson plan, why can't they give the lesson plan to the remote learning person?
No, I think that's important. If you look at the language, it says the teacher of record will input the progress reports and quarter grades provided by the remote learning coordinators. And the remote learning coordinators' responsibilities include keeping attendance, planning, and collaborating with the teacher of record, student communication, parental communication, and providing grading information to the teacher of record. My belief about this is if you are paying the $1,250 stipend to the teacher, they are coordinating with the remote learning coordinator. And of course, I think that it would be our understanding that professionals would share, you know, curricular materials, but they are not creating lesson plans. They are basically, you know, remote learning coordinator is like a long-term sub, and their mileage may vary. If people choose not to go to school, and we can't put a camera in the classroom, and they're working AM, PM, it's going to be coordination. It's going to be somewhat different for those.
I guess what I'm confused is like, it sounds like it's about the money, but I guess I'm a little not bothered, but I'm confused because shouldn't this be happening? I mean, they're coordinating. I mean, where am I? I'm sorry, maybe it's late and I'm not understanding because I just feel like, the kids are already at home because of other circumstances, and now it's like we have to pay more so they could get the same instruct. I guess I'm not.
So we are staffing with a two.
Yeah, can I try explaining, Sean?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that I think it's because at the middle school, the teachers are doing long days. Like they're already teaching
Oh,
the whole day because they have to teach half the kids.
this is only for Cunha.
Only for Cunha.
Yeah, because at the high school they're teaching the half days and then splitting the half days, but they still have their afternoons to help with the kids that are remote during the other time, and so they have that time to kind of like get them the curriculum and get them the asynchronous stuff because they are not teaching for as long. Whereas at Cunha, they're doubling the teaching because they're splitting the cohorts, so every day they have. Is that right, Sean? That's my understanding. So this is like extra work on top of it, just like we would pay them a stipend if they were part of a committee that did something or, so.
So let me answer the question. Is that right? It is right that there is an AM cohort for Cunha and there's a PM cohort. And thus the value and the interest of the Cunha teaching staff and representatives of them was, hey, we're working full days now. We are doing like the elementary schools are. The elementary schools have their own teachers and there's no coordination required. But because the middle school has all these different subject areas, we know they're going to have to coordinate with the remote learning coordinator on these subject areas and provide some help. And so we basically said, yes, it is a unique program. You'll see that language says, and we made very clear, the parties acknowledge that this stipend is being provided due to the unique in-person and distance learning structures at the middle school. So because the middle school, remember, it was like half days, people said, oh, no, 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 no. It went to the AM, PM. And thus the teachers are like, hey, we only have X amount of hours in the day. What gives? And so just like we pay overage for the elementary, we're paying stipend for the folks who are going to coordinate with remote learning coordinators.
Okay, it makes sense after two people explain it over again. Thank you.
James Barnes could explain it much better than I could. And, we have an agreement. I heard from CUTA on Sunday to go ahead and give it to you for approval. I heard from CUTA on Monday that their rep council had approved it. I have not heard from them yet about an official vote, but that's okay. You guys can vote on this one. I told them that this is how we would proceed. Time is of the essence.
Okay. If any more comments or questions, we ready for roll call? Okay. Roll call, Rosie, please.
Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline.
Aye.
Passes 5+1. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for explaining it to me. I know we need to move on. Item 6, future events. April 9th, special board meeting, closed session via video conference at 9 a.m., which is tomorrow. April 15th, April 22nd, April 29th, and May 6th, as well as May 12th. Opening of school steering committee via Zoom. All will be meeting at 3 o'clock. April 27th, DLAC meeting via Zoom as well, and that would take place at 6 o'clock. April 28th, school finance office hours, physical priorities, and that will be via Zoom at 4 o'clock p.m. They're really informative too, by the way. May 13th, regular board meeting via Zoom at 6 p.m. And that takes us to item 7, the adjournment of the meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Second. Okay. Roll call, Rosie?
Lisa,
Aye.
Mary Beth,
Aye.
Freya,
Aye.
Sophia,
Aye.
Kimberly,
Aye.
Caroline. Caroline?
He's already gone. It's done.
Passes 5-1 to 0.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Nice seeing you.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.